Oh, what's up, guys? This is Team Hard Life Captain Albert on Good Ship. And man, I got a lot of work to do. Oh, I ain't yawned all morning. Then all of a sudden, I go live and I yawn. What is up with that? Give me a second. Mm-mm-mm. Oh. Mm-mm. All right. Oh man, yeah, I need to go to the chiropractor again. Uh, oh, somebody beat me to the thumbs up, or nope. Yeah, somebody did. Timothy, Jaime, CJ, what's up, gents? How you doing? Waiting for my comments to come up on the computer so I can see them easier. It ain't had its coffee either. Oh, I have to go make me another cup. Had a small cup this morning, but um, what's up, Steve, Roger, Brandon, Zach, Chris? How y'all doing? Let's see, Toby. Hmm. Yeah, so I did talk to Jacob a little while ago. I'm kind of texting back and forth right now. They actually took his son up to, oh man, they made it to the Beaumont Hospital near Detroit, a better equipped hospital, because Daniel was complaining of spasms with pain. Um, so they just found out that he had a broken femur. So, oh man. So, uh, definitely want to keep our prayers going out for Daniel and his recovery on that. I don't know if there's going to be anything more they're going to find, but they did find a broken femur. Uh, so that sucks. I The way I'm looking at it is, man, I know he fell, so I was more worried about like head trauma or something like that. Um, you know, granted, it's not a good thing to break your femur and stuff like that, or what else. I'm just I was more worried about the head trauma kind of deal. I know that will heal and it's gonna kind of keep him down for a bit, but yeah, that yeah, yeah. No, that is Daniel. Daniel, be back up there real quick, firing everybody. That's what's had me more scared than anything was him having some kind of head trauma and stuff like that. So I'm kind of grateful that it is not that, but again, too, that still sucks and stuff. So yeah, definitely keep your prayers going out for him to a speedy recovery and stuff like that. And um, that that's what the way I understood it. Well, they said he had a seizure and he fell, but they didn't say if he hit his head or anything. But that's the only thing that I just automatically like. If you have a seizure and you fall, uh, yeah, that's what kind of worried me and stuff like that. So, oh, there's Jacob right there. So, oh yeah, yeah, very true, Brandon. Yes, yes, definitely. Yeah, no, that's what really that's what was eating me up all the way till and so last night when I texted trying to get an update, didn't get anything. I was kind of worried, or not last night, but this morning. So yeah, glad. I'm kind of glad. Uh, oh, yeah. Yes, sir, man. We're definitely well. Jacob, whenever he is available and stuff like that, let me know. I definitely would like to get him on the channel to, at least talk with him, let him know we're here for him too. Yeah, yeah, he's gonna fire all the doctors but keep the nurses. Yes, they're pretty smart there for sure. Oh man, I'm tired. Golly. So as y'all can see, guys, I've been steady working over here doing this, and then I also too. Uh, Jeff was out there pouring weights yesterday, and this morning I came in, picked them all up, and then brought them over here. So I cut all the wires. So this is the first tray. It goes into the second tray, which goes into the third tray, and that all we're trying to do here is just fill up our bins over there. And then he went to pouring the 3 ounce pyramids, 4 ounce pyramids, and fives and sixes. So not bad, not bad. Um, all right, Jacob. Definitely keep y'all in our prayers and keep us posted for sure. I said I'm just glad it wasn't head trauma. That was the main concern I had. Man, God, I don't even know, man. Whew. So I am actually show you what I'm kind of doing over here, so y'all get an idea. I am lining up my leaders over here, but I need to find my not sample, but the one I've been using as my guide for setting all this up. Y'all understand here in just a second. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I've got one that I'm using, and I put it on here, and I use that to help me level off all my weights and on here with the beads, and go from there. So, but yeah, no, it was pretty cool yesterday to have. Uh, Man, I'm brain dead right now. Uh, yeah, I went brain dead. I can see his face and stuff like that, but yeah, God, I feel like junk right now for that. Ryan Lambert, yes. I couldn't even get it out of my head, but as soon as I said his first name, his last name popped right in there. So, but that was pretty cool. Again, another distance caster in there. We've had Tommy Farmer on the channel. I want to, get more of these distance casters on there from all over the world. I mean, all over the states. I don't care where they're from. Just so that way you can see the amount of knowledge. And like I said, I mean, I haven't been to the East Coast yet, but these guys come from the East Coast, and those casting clubs over there, and you see how they are down here with us too. Like they're out there to talk with you, to share their knowledge, and yeah, you may not be on the level they're at, but they're willing to help you out and share their knowledge to help you improve your casting and stuff like that. So that is I keep stressing or highlighting on that because a lot of people don't want to go because they're afraid that people are going to make fun of them and stuff like that, or they're not going to get the knowledge that they're seeking while they're out there doing these casting events. And that's not the way they work. They really do care about the people that are out there and stuff, and they'll let you know when you're doing wrong. But it's not going to be ugly. Like they're not going to be like yelling at you and some of the way these guys treat you out on the pier and stuff like that when you go to these other areas. So just a heads up on that. It's nothing like being out there with these guys on the pier. So, uh, and granted too, we're a different breed as well. Like you see how I was live on the channel yesterday, meeting some people we never met before, and just willing to help them out. And that's the way fishing should be. It should be, willing to share your knowledge and help them out, to help them better fishing for themselves and for you. Because again, if you're not helping them, basically you're only hurting yourself. in reality. A lot of people can't see that. When you're out there fishing along another group of people, and if they're making mistakes, and instead of trying to teach them how to improve them, all you're doing is getting angry at them and stuff like that. All you're doing is just making your fishing day miserable as well. So, and there really is no need for it. But again, too, you will meet those hard-headed people that think they're not doing anything wrong and not willing to, increase their knowledge and stuff like that. So I've met those people before, guys. I really have, and it sucks that they're out there, but they are. But again, too, learning how to deal with those guys, and also, just keep your fishing. Your fishing day is why you're out there. You're not out there to impress anybody else, and uh, you know, well, yeah, basically impress anybody else. With me, I'm only in competition with myself. I go out there, I'm going to have fun. And if I can land some fish, awesome. If I can see somebody land some fish, even more awesome. Don't get me wrong. It was pretty awesome to see the other guys hook up and stuff like that too. So, and for me, I even stopped everything I was doing just so I could catch them on film landing their fish and stuff. So that was pretty awesome. Uh, yes, yes. Money boy, what's up, boss? How you doing? Gusty. Yeah. So Jason, actually, the winner of yesterday's drawing, actually commented on the channel and stuff like that, and and Toby nailed it. It ain't the first time that somebody new to the channel buys in or gets in the news feed and starts commenting, and they end up winning. I mean, we've had it several times, throughout the time that we've been here and stuff like that. So it is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Oh, I'm all looking for the bead, or not the bead, but the sleeve down here. But yeah, I'm gonna get all these sorted, and then I'll start moving over to the, the surf weights and stuff like that. Get on there. Oh man. Yeah, yeah. It's going to be a tough recovery, but that there is recovery in that one. That, like I said, for me, it was more. I was more worried about head trauma than anything else, because yeah, the bones will heal. They will, uh, go from there. But Daniel's a tough cookie, man. He's a tough cookie. So yeah, he might actually be enjoying this. All the attention and everything, the extra attention that he's getting now. So definitely in good spirits. So for sure, that was a key thing, to look at for him. When they're miserable and there's nothing you can do, that's really when it hurts you and stuff like that too. Because we all as parents, want to make sure that everything we do to keep our kids healthy and not hurt, and we do everything we can to take away the pain or whatever. But yeah, he, Daniel's a tough one. He is tough. So I'm waiting to hear some of the stories he does though while he's at the hospital. So give me a second. Uh, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Well, also too, if you talk to Jeff, because I know he's got extra space there, he might be able to stay with him a few days. Because what he's doing is he's walking over there toward the spot instead of having to drive over here to work and then just clock him in and clock him out from over here. So that might, and I guess help them out with a little bit of rent, food, and stuff like that. And I know that will work for both of y'all because y'all ain't driving, and you know what I mean. But at least y'all not missing out on y'all's hours and stuff like that. So we'll find out. Let me know, and we'll go from there. Because right now he's supposed to be out there pouring. So uh, we're live on the channel building leaders, and I'm gonna start cleaning all the weights that he poured yesterday. All right, so love you. Yeah. Okay. Man, I need to go. I gotta go to the chiropractor. Uh, I guess I slept wrong or something. Yeah, that my biggest thing is just, like I said, I was more worried about the head trauma than anything else. But now that we know it's not nothing with that, that's a very big plus. Yeah. So again, all those that prayed for Daniel yesterday do. I'm gonna say thank you, for as well, and definitely keep them in the prayers for speedy recovery as well too. So uh, yeah, that that's a relief. That's a relief just for me over here. I mean, I'm kind of worried about that big time. So right now, the ones I'm working on are the 2 ounce no rolls, and I'll show you what I got here real quick. So these are the 2 ounce no rolls, and I've got the beads on top and sleeves and stuff. And what I'm doing is once I crimp them, they'll actually be, not perfectly straight line, but again too, because it's offset by this, because I have the curved pin. So, but that ain't gonna, the 1/4 inch difference ain't gonna, destroy the leader. But yeah, so I got those. Then I got all the ones here. Got a batch of 5s over here, and then more 5s there, and I think those are 3 ounce right there. So, and that will add to the wall that I have going already. So, um, basically, I've been focusing on these because when these leaders start to move, they move, and they it's normally pretty hard to get somebody to focus on the leaders like that. And since they've been working on the weights, I've had the opportunity to kind of focus on these. uh, these these are Carolina rigs, and it's basically so guys that want to fish in areas that have mild current or little current, so that way they can fish. If there is rocks there, because it's a no roll weight, rocks to sandy bottom kind of deal. Um, it gives you the opportunity to actually pull the rocks through the weights, or around the weights kind of deal. And then once they get enough, they kind of go flat, and then you'll pull them up. And they're a lot easier to reel in certain areas and stuff like that too. So definitely a good thing. We use the coated cable because guys like to fish in areas with oyster bottoms and stuff like that, and so this kind of ensures that they don't get cut off on those rocky areas or areas with sharp edges and stuff like that too. So also too, when fishing for like reds and stuff like that, they don't have to worry about the gill plates cutting the line on here and losing the hook or losing the fish and stuff like that. So definitely can put up with a lot more abuse. Go, but here's the first ring of leaders right there done completely. Oh, it's way off that one right there. Oh man, and actually, I'm working on one of the videos supposed to go live here in a bit. It's one of the video shorts, but it's a little bit longer than a regular short. I did the full length of the fight on there. However, when Jason was recording yesterday, he was helping me out. I guess he had stopped and didn't fully record everything when I actually uh, was talking about the tagging of the redfish. So we missed that portion, but we did get a couple of fights on there, so it was good. So there you go. There's the first batch of them. There you go. Nice. Oh, there's two right there. How did I miss those? Some. And also, too, guys, just a heads up. Remember when you're buying that bait elastic and stuff like that? Um, Down here, we sell them with the carry case, so that way you don't lose them or it fall in the water, get blown in the water. Because 9 times out of 10, you're fishing in an area where there's wind and there's a good chance of it rolling away from you and falling in the water. Or you forget that it's in your clothes, in your pocket, because you start storing it there so you don't lose it, and then you end up finding it in the wash like I did. Uh, for us here, we got them. And kind of saw me yesterday when I it stayed hooked up to my tackle bag, and all I could do is pull that and roll it from there. So that is something else you might want to look into. So, but we already have them rigged like that, so that way when you run out of one, you just buy another one and then put it in there and keep rocking and rolling with it. So it'll be good to go. All right, so that one's done. One down, another 100 to go. Well, get one of those things hurting. That'll definitely keep you from losing it right there for sure. And yesterday, when y'all were watching the live, when I was casting out kind of in front of the camera, were y'all actually able to see where the weight was landing, in that view? I haven't gone back to look at the video footage from yesterday. Uh, like I said, the live footage, just because by the time I got back, I was working on the fire drawing, and then, I had a wild hair and went back fishing last night. Oh man, it was cold and windy, and I was ill prepared, but I stayed. I gave it about 2 hours. Um, I did not hook up. Did get a couple good pulls, but didn't land anything. So I know several of them were drum because the way they were feeding on I actually had blue crab out there in the pinchers, uh, but didn't land any. So they were being slick last night. I guess they learned throughout the day. So gotta be. Don't tell me I forgot to put a sleeve on here. Looks like I did. All right. Gonna have to fix that later. Well, I used to keep mine in the bag, but I also got tired of walking back and forth to find it. So once I created it to where I can hook it to myself, I started rolling that way. So starting to work up a sweat over here doing this. buddy, getting through. Right, right. Yeah. Well, that's why I had to ask. And again, like one day I'll get to where I have a full-time cameraman to sit there and do that grunt work of picking up the camera and making sure to zoom in and wherever I'm casting out at and stuff like that. So, and again too, toward once I got back later on that night and I started casting out again, I was really starting to warm up and get in my comfort zone right there for sure. Some of the guys out there, they're looking like, dude, we can't even see where it lands. I say, yeah, you got to look for the little splash when it lands out there. Um, I was able to kind of show them where it was landing because I was getting far enough that the birds that were out there last night, I was actually landing where the birds were and stuff like that too. So uh, it was pretty good casting. Yeah. Yeah, no, in the dark it is, but that's why I was asking for the video during the day. Uh, if anybody was able to see it on the lives, that would have been pretty interesting to see. So, you know. And I was throwing double drop drum leaders with 7 ounces of the weight. One of them I had a 10 ounce on there, and I was doing that because there wasn't really heavy current, and just happened to have the 7 ounces on me while I was casting. But I was also kind of doing that too because a lot of the people don't know that we actually make 7 ounce surf weights because um, a lot of the shops are still thinking old fashioned that they didn't make 7 ounce surf weights back in the day. They only made, one, two, three, four, five, 6, 8, 10 kind of deal, and they never really built the 7 ounces. And even now, still to this day, I got people coming to my shop. They're like, "Dude, you got 7 ounces?" I'm like, "Yeah." Then we got nines there, and they're like, "Oh, it's a surprise kind of deal." But we make them, and it's we can intentionally make them, but a lot of times it's when we're making the six, we accidentally pour the seven. So sometimes when we're trying to make the sevens, we have a lot more than we naturally bargain for because when we over pour a 6 ounce. So yes, so the mold we have, we can pour the sixes and sevens at the same time. So yeah, no, we got sevens here. That's for sure. I probably have 200 surf weights in the 7 ounce in stock right now. Once I finish this bundle, I'll walk it over there and then I'll show you all the sevens that we have. Not that y'all doubt me, but it's just cool to see, when you're when you hear somebody talking about it and then actually see it, it's pretty awesome. So oh yeah, definitely cost me too much of sugar. No, it doesn't. Actually, when we ship the surf weights and stuff like that, we go flat rate priority. So I actually shipped up what was it at 50 something pounds of surf weights, I think it was, what was it? 25, 35 bucks, something like that to ship that much weight. And the only reason is because we also put insurance on it. The insurance is what takes it up, obviously. Once you start throwing insurance to cover your package, which I will not ship anything without insurance just because that's a lot of money to replace, especially if it arrives there damaged. I don't want my customers being without, and I can't afford to obviously come out of pocket to replace that kind of gear. So I always put insurance on our packages and stuff like that. And remember, guys, a lot of the stuff shipped out Monday. So be sure to, was it Monday or Saturday when I went over there? It was Saturday. So y'all should have already gotten your gear. If not, it'll be today. And definitely let me know that you got your gear and stuff like that too, because a lot of the gear went out. And if not, then it went out on Monday. So let me know. It should be today that you get your gear because it's normally 2, 3 day business days of shipping. So uh, I'd like to hear everything got to wherever it needed to go expeditedly. So, all right. Okay. So walk over here real quick. I got all these done. That's a lot of liters, guys. So there's the fives, fours, threes, twos. We're gonna add on more twos right there. Oh, that ain't gonna work. That's gonna fall. I'm gonna have to go up there. Two. There's the ones. Both of those are ones. Yep. So yeah, that's a lot of them right there. But as soon as I put the twos on here, it may be because of this wire. Yeah, that's what it is. That wire ain't strong enough to hold it. Ooh, nope. Maybe it is the twos. As soon as I put it on there, that almost. Well, it's also starting to break through there. Dang it! I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to move them up for sure. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. So, what I can also do too is put a piece of wood in there, drill it so that way it can add some more support on there too. Hmm. Yeah, looks like we're gonna go into manufacturing mode or whatever you call that. Give me a second. Hard life. Hard life. Okay. A spam caller. As soon as they say hello and you hear about 50 people talking in the background, yeah. Trying to think. You know what? I'll finish that before I go over there because I'm gonna have to. I'll end up getting sidetracked on it, and then I won't come back to this till later on. And I'd rather just be over there so it's dealt with by the time I get done with it. Uh, yeah, 3 more bundles. Right here. Sturgeon, yours went at USPS. It was a flat rate priority to put in that big box for both of the hoodies. Yeah, we're definitely different, boss. Here, just 1K plus miles away. Yeah, so that you nailed it there. That definitely, with all my guys, I'm always trying to share my knowledge with them because again, too, like while I'm out there fishing, if I don't share the knowledge and or help them improve, then I'm not doing the right thing. So Yeah, if I don't get all the twists out of here when I go to push the weights up, it'll bind up all the wires, and it will make my job a little bit harder in the long run. So definitely got to do that. Oh yeah, that's what I went to go do. I went to show you all the 7 ounces. I just thought of that right now that I saw a Hurton's comment. So, and then too, remember how all of that was kind of empty last week? So right now we got empty, 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 semi-empty. Um, those are the weights that I need to break here in a little bit that Jeff was working on, and you can see all of them are starting to fill up. So Jeff will actually be working on the pair weights, the 1 ounce, 2 ounce right there today. Also the claw weights. Because remember when all of this was empty last week too? He'll be working on all of that. He's going to be working on claw weights 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the 8 ounces. No, not 8 ounces, but 10 ounces. So, and then the coin weights 1.5, the 4s, the 5s, and the 6s, 8s and 10s as well on the coins. And then we'll go back to the no rolls after that. Oh, and I still got all these surf weights over here to finish cleaning that were poured last week. Jeff started working on them, but as you can tell, he started cleaning off of that portion. But I'll get to them. I gotta do some catching up, which I'll get it done today. But that what I'm gonna end up doing is putting a space of wood right here behind it. And what it'll do is it'll give this more support instead of it leaning back like that already. If you straighten it up, it gives it more support. So see how that's kind of empty? Well, by the end of today, all of that should be pretty much filled. That's what I'm basically working on. Oh, the 7s. That whole thing is full of 7s right there. That's about 75 7s right there. I got more 7s right here, and I know I probably got about 200 of them in the back. And that's the light gauge. That's the 116 gauge. Then we have them in the 3/32 gauge, which is a bit heavier in the wire right there as well. So talking $1, and you're paying $1 for 1 ounce. What? What? Where's this at? Yes, there is a difference between claw and pyramids. Yep. Oh, in North Carolina. Wow. Yeah. And then there's some more 7s right there, right here. They need, actually, I need to get this over there so that way they have bins to work on. When they pour the weights and stuff like that, it does help for them to have extra gear like that. So, and I'll put it on the card here in a bit, but yeah, there's a lot of things I got to do. And then I'm, running circles around here and stuff like that. But yeah, um, no. So on the the claw weights and the pyramids, the pyramid, what it does is when it lands, it's got the fat side there. So it builds up sand as it gets weight. If the sand pushes up on it and it kind of buries itself a little bit. Whereas the claw weight has the two prongs that come down, and as the current goes through, the weight kind of sinks into the sand. So, but also too, since it is flat and it has that angle, the sand kind of builds up on it and then it sinks too. So, um, but to be honest with you, I haven't, between the claw weight and the pyramid. I've got video out there. We're actually through the underwater camera, and you can see how it worked and how much they held and stuff like that. You can see all of that between the pyramid and the claw weight. There really wasn't much difference. Now, I would have to say, if I'm going to be using them, I throw the pyramid just because it's a little bit more aerodynamic, whereas the claw weight's got the fat end going into the wind first. So, yeah. Um, yeah, I don't use my claw weights. And actually, okay, let's be real specific, guys, because some people call surf weights claw weights. Okay, down here we call them spider weights or surf weights. We don't call them claw weights. These are the claw weights that I'm talking about. Those are claws. See how? And what ends up happening as you pull them this way, they build up a little bit of sand here, but as the current goes underneath it, it makes it drop down into the sand. But for me, I won't use these for my king fishing because when I'm trying to bow up that rod and get the pressure I need to be able to carry my bait out, those don't have enough pressure, not even the pyramids. But also, too, on the pyramids, there's two styles. You got a four-sided, and then you have a three-sided. I love the three-sided because it's less likely to tip. See that? Like, I have to really hit it, whereas this one, real quick, you know what I mean? So, but again, they do hold. Now, surf weights, I don't use the 116 gauge when I'm putting out my anchor rod. I'll put out my 3/32 gauge over here. And the reason being, because a lot of times I'll throw like a 2 foot long skipjack, a 3 foot long skipjack, alive on the bait. And you know that's a lot of weight trying to push it away from the pier into the wind, into the waves and stuff like that. And that's what I normally use right there, the 3/32. So that's gonna be the other thing too. He's gonna need to pour more eights, nines, sevens in the 3/32 too. So yeah, yeah, okay. With high speed spinning around. Yeah, no doubt. Like I said, between the claw weights and pyramids, there isn't really much difference. I'm just saying the reason why I prefer the pyramid over the claw weight, um, and it's for the casting and stuff like that. It's it's a little bit, and it's everybody fishes differently and what they like and don't like. So again, that is the beauty of fishing. You know what I mean? Everybody can use a little bit of everything different, and it's awesome. It's awesome. And use whatever works best for you and whatever you want to use. Um, and especially if it's not causing any problems. I mean, if you're loving the way it's doing for you, then do it, Bill. Do it, do it, do it. But the other thing is, too, that is something else, too. When you are pulling in a pyramid, it's got that now that it works kind of against you. It's got that big broad face that's pulling against the current and the water as you're trying to reel it in and stuff like that too. So that is something else. Ugh. Okay. I need some coffee. You know what? I'm gonna go get some coffee going. I need some more coffee. Coffee, coffee. I need to blend up that other one that I got. I haven't even tried that one yet. Oh, let's see. Hold on real quick. Let me leave y'all up front because they got some music playing real quick. Oh, hold on. Let's see. All right, see if that'll work. Get my coffee. Money. Good. He makes that one. Oh, strong, strong. Wow, wow. Okay. Yesterday I forgot to hit the second button to turn on my my coffee maker. So that delayed me some right there and getting my coffee. Coffee. Oh, Alton, yeah, these surf weights are a different breed for sure. Um, because the shop channel that fish is so great. Okay. All right. So let me do a little bit of schooling real quick for y'all. Um, I know I got a sample weight right here. I should have another sample weight of a 3/32. If not, I can go to the back and get it. All right. Nope. Let me go to the back and grab some of my surf weights real quick. There's a heavy one too. Let's see. Nope, not in there. That's that. Where is my bucket of weights? Mm. Excuse me. Ah, there. Okay. Okay. There you go. Sorry. I thought I sometimes when I'm moving about it hits it. All right. So this is my 116 gauge. It's a light wire. It holds, but you can see it'll move. I can bend it with my hands. Um, Now the 3/32, which is the medium gauge, that one does not move. And yeah, that's what I use when I throw my casting leaders into heavy surf, or I am doing a slide line. That's the one I use at 3/32. Now the 1/8 gauge, this is when I throw my big kayak bait, shark baits, jet ski or whatever, or droning. That's what I use when I'm going out there. That one is probably a 16 ounce, if not a 18 right there. That one's a 10 ounce, 11 actually. There's 11 right there. You can see it. And then this one is probably a 7. Yeah, 7. So, 3 different gauges: light, medium, heavy. And again, when we ship, since we ship flat rate priority, it doesn't go off a weight. It just goes off the box. Whatever I can fit in the box is what all you're doing is paying for the box for shipping. It's not uh, the weight of the box. So that's where we have saved a lot of people a lot of money, because instead of going through a regular box from the other places, they go off the weight and the size of the box. then we don't have to deal with that issue. So just a heads up on there. So. Oh man. Yeah, no, and the beauty of it, guys, to be honest with you, um, you know what? Let me show you something real quick. I get going in my thoughts, and the best way to tell you is to actually show it to you, and that way you can get an understanding. So, all right. So there's multiple ways to ship weights, and it really all depends which way you want to go about it. But oh, I do have my tripod. Yes, my helper is here today. Yay! All right, let's do this. Let's go over here real quick so y'all can see what I'm talking about. All right. All right, here we go. So, small flat rate. Put it in here. You'll see. Let me do this. All right, so we got a small flat rate box. And when we go with the 116 gauge, actually, hold on. Let me get it. All right. The only thing that sucks about these boxes is if you don't tape the sides, it kind of messes with you when you're trying to do shipping. So, the best way to do it is to actually do it. All right, so now it'll actually keep the form. So when I want to go ship some weights, here's 7 ounces. And I leave them a little loose because what I can do is I can put the next batch of weights on top and it kind of lets them sit there. So I got 10 7-ounce surf weights in this small box right here. All right. So there's a small flat rate, and all you would pay is the flat rate fee for the small flat rate, which is, I think, $9 for this with 10 weights on there. You split it up, and that's how you save money. Now, go to, well, this one's a large flat rate box. So on this one, it gets real nice because now I can double stack the weights like that. So if you get a crew of people from your area, you got your buddies or whatever, y'all want to save some money and get the hookup on weight. It's the best way to do it is to a crew of y'all and do it this way. Now, the way I also work shipping, say you want all these 7 ounces. I work the bonus deal in buying bulk as well to save you some money. That will help. Is if it originally fits in a small flat rate box for a certain amount of items, then I charge you that. Now, if you buy that same item, but you buy enough that I need to put it into a large flat rate or a medium flat rate, you only pay the small flat rate fee. I don't charge you the large flat rate. The only difference is the insurance that goes up. That's what you'll pay the difference on. But other than that, I try to do a little discount there. And so just to give you an idea, I got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 surf weights on the first layer. Right there. So you do 22 per layer, and you get up to about here. You're probably, let's see, let's stack them up on the sidewall like that, just so you can get an idea. So easily 5 layers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can get 120 surf weights in one box right there. And as long as they don't go over the 70 pounds, you're golden. But normally I stop right at about 65, just because I don't want them to say, "Oh, it was over." I don't ever take that chance. They've never called me out on it, but I just kind of work it in that angle. So just a little heads up there, guys. Now the other way is the medium flat rate, and these are kind of tricky too because these are long and skinny. You see what I'm saying? And the same thing, I layer them until I get to the top and fill it up. So, yeah, that's medium flat rate. They also have a medium flat rate in this size as well, and it's a little smaller, so you may not get 120, you may get 80 of them in there. So 80 or 100. So, but I'm pretty sure when I get to stacking, if you want them in there, I try to save you as much money on shipping as I can, just because. Thank you. That's all I want, to tell you is thank you. Yes, sir. You too, Zach. Have a good day at work. No, I'm not spooling right now, guys. I'm falling behind on all these weights and leaders and stuff like that. And then now I know I got to go fix that wall. Uh, so won't be doing a spooling right now. I actually don't have anything that needs to be spooled except Brandon's reel. I got to do Brandon's reel because I need to get that shipped off as well. Yeah. Oh man, that's that Squall 50 that him and Edgar, however, it was Edgar, but now it's Brandon. So now the other thing too, guys, for y'all that are in those areas where the surf weights are costing an arm and a leg, you might want to check into the local tackle shops there and find out who buys their tackle. And if you can make the proper connections to where when I call over there, I can talk to the right person that already has kind of the introduction and knows of our gear. Maybe we can get our gear into the local tackle shops there so you don't have to worry about it. You go in there and start buying it direct from them, which might save you money. But again, too, I don't know, how much they're going to upcharge it on stuff like that, even though they do get dealer pricing and stuff. So if you got a good shop that you like to work with, and let me know. I mean, shoot, make the introduction and it can save you a lot of money their way. But also, too, if y'all get us into a shop like that, I'll give you 10% of sales, like a sales rep. So just a little food for thought there. Roger that, Brandon. That sounds cool. Well, I'll get it shipped out to you and then just reimburse me when you can on that. Yeah, and I can understand that too because I was in North Carolina and I saw a lot of the guys that were selling weights over there, and they were using 9-penny nails as the legs on them. But then the legs wouldn't fall off. They never even moved. It was the top end of the wire was regular steel, and those would fall off after like a trip or two. They would just rust out and break off. So that's what really sucked. Uh, yeah, I was there for the 4 years I was in the Marine Corps. And, well, actually, no, 3.5 years, 3 years, like 3 years, 3 months, something like that. That I was in North Carolina because I did had to go to A school, Marine combat training, and then when I went to C school, that was in North Carolina. So I went to Houston and there was a bass shop, but he refused to sell anything saltwater tackle because I guess he was good friends with another tackle shop that he used to work for or whatever. And he said he didn't really want to compete with their customers. And I thought, I can understand that. I really can. But at the same time, when they're 30 minutes away, y'all both can still make money because a lot of people ain't going to drive an extra 30 minutes because they're going to save 5 or 10 cents or 20 cents. Even though they save $1, they're not going to drive 30 minutes more, to do that. Now, if they pre-plan for their trips and stuff like that, then yeah. But when they're trying to roll fishing, they're not going to do it. I mean, I got guys here 5, 10 minutes away that won't drive all the way back here to save the 30 cents that my weights cost cheaper in certain areas uh, to save it at that time. They're going to buy it right there at the pier because they don't want to have to drive all the way back. Wow. $2 in your area? That's crazy. Daniel Garcia, what's up, man? Jesus, $4 a piece. I think my 10 ounces are right in the $4 a piece mark. My eights and sevens, and actually them Walmart weights, golly, too. They're still they suck. They suck. I even saw the ones that Academy has, and they got stainless wires on them, but the wires are only like this long, so they don't even catch anything. Uh, but to a novice fisherman that might not know any better, that may not be understanding that what they're losing out on by not having that extra length in the wire and stuff like that on the leg. So, uh, Jesus, 10 ounces? Golly. So, again, we can definitely get y'all set up. I mean, and also, too, if you want to be a dealer in your area for our tackle, as long as you have your reseller's license and a spot to sell, even if you work out of your truck or whatever, as long as you have your dealer's license, to deal, or a DBA saying you're selling fishing tackle, a reseller's license, we can get you set up as a dealer for our tackle, and you can buy direct from us at dealer pricing, and then turn around and sell in your area. And then also too, free advertisement you will be getting through the channel because you're buying our product. So we can help you make sales as well. That's one of the things that I pride myself on is when we have a dealer that buys our fishing tackle, we offer that service free of charge because the way I see it, if I'm helping you make sales and you're making more sales than you normally would, that just means I'm making more money at the same time. So that's where I end up making out. Giving you the free service of advertising your business because you're selling our product. That's going to help you make sure that you're not sitting on a product that you got to try to figure out how to sell it. Now if you already know how to sell it, cool. I just want to keep that door open to make sure that you're not sitting on the product for too long because that's the other thing too. I understand what it's like to buy on tackle and then it doesn't sell. Uh, that was the hard part of opening up my shop. I was trying to buy in on a bunch of tackle. Uh, Obviously, I was only buying in gear that was already proven. That was one of the things that I did not uh, want to start out buying gear that they said, oh, it works, it works, it works. From the guy who's selling it. But then as you talk to the public, oh man, that one sucks because it is that, this, and that. So any of the lures or tackle that I brought in, it was spoken for by actual fishermen that I know that wouldn't just pull the wool over my eyes just so I could lose out on buying tackle and stuff like that. So, see, I was going to do Facebook Marketplace, but I just got tired of when I was with Facebook trying to advertise. When I paid for advertisement, it was okay, but if I did the same thing they're doing, like posting it to different sites, that they would lock me out for 30 days. Same thing they're doing, just posting up my advertisement, but because I wasn't paying them to do it, they would block me out. So I got tired of that. I was like, dude, why is it okay for you but not for me? So I got away from that. That's why I pretty much strictly deal with YouTube, TikTok, or Instagram. I got a little bit of Insta, not a whole lot. It's, as you can tell, it's pretty hard to keep up with what I got going on now. Actually, I spent a good part of the morning trying to catch up on the comments here on the YouTube channel. Uh, Comments and/or questions. You got guys asking for alligator gar leaders from Captain Eric and his site and stuff, and a lot of the leaders that he makes, for alligator gar fishing, uh, he's given us rights to make them here, to do the same thing because a lot of the R&D that came up on them uh, was him, shooting ideas with me and me kind of giving him my knowledge on what works over here and what doesn't, but not on. Don't mistake me, guys. Like he had these ideas on the different leaders, and he showed me how he made his, and I tore up the alligator gar. But then we started looking at better ways to refine the leaders. And if he had an idea, I would go and make something and bring it back to him, and then he would be like, "Yeah, that's what I want." Or he had the idea, "Hey, I want to do it like this," and he started doing it like that. And then if I saw some way to improve it, then I would improve it on mine. We got a lot of the knowledge is from him showing me how to alligator garfish. Because honestly, the only alligator gars I ever caught prior to Captain Eric was by luck. Just out there doing my regular fishing, I caught alligator gars. I've never been able to go out there and target them myself. So now, Captain Eric, he definitely showed me how to do that, and then with my fishing knowledge and stuff like that, that's when I started looking at other ways to make my own leaders and stuff like that, and improve my abilities to try to catch more alligator gar. I saw a Facebook forum yesterday where they were asking what's the best hook to use and this and that, and they were throwing a lot of knowledge, and I wasn't saying it was all wrong, but again, too, when you throw out and telling people to use this certain style of hook and this and that, what doesn't come with it is like how, okay, you're using that hook now. Do I let it run? Do I not let it run? When do I fish this hook? When do I fish this leader? When do I fish this style? Um, you know, and that was very important to me because when I went alligator gar fishing, obviously it's all about the knowledge that I can share. Oh, this is heavy. That's a lot of weights right there, guys. 3 ounces and 5 ounces. That's heavy. funny how it's gonna have to come back to this wall. Now it's kind of split up. Put structure behind it so that way they don't fall through. Another upgrade that I got to do in the shop. So I'm gonna walk to the back so I can find some wood real quick. Cause once I sit down to do the surf weights and regular weights, I'm gonna be down for a little bit. So let's see. And actually, I did it in the 3/4 inch panels. I know I had a lot of them around. I just don't remember where. And right now, I definitely don't have the time to sit there and cut it. So I might actually have to come back to that. Hmm. William, what's up, boss? How you doing? Hmm. I'm wondering if I can do the sheetrock will work. Yeah, I can do it with the sheetrock. Make it kind of thick and let it hang out the bottom. The only reason I liked doing the wood because I can go with a smaller, thinner piece because it was plywood, and I could put a screw right through it and it wouldn't split it. But the sheetrock here, I can do the same. I just have to a little bit wider piece so that way it doesn't splinter out, but not too much thicker. And do I have my drill here? Drill and screws. It's definitely gonna be something else. Okay, let's work on surf weights. Let me go grab my Veno surf weights. Give me a second, guys. And actually, I'm gonna plug up the phone just so I can make sure it doesn't die on me. Dave, what's up, boss? How you doing? Dave, did you get your weights already? We did ship them out Monday, and just want to make sure you got your gear. And if not, it should be coming in today because today is Wednesday. So, all right, so these should be like eights or eights or nines, what they should be. Jeff was already working on that the other day, but I'm gonna bring everything that he was working on over here for that specific size before I start moving it over. Daniel took a spill yesterday, broke his leg. No head trauma. Yeah, yes. So definitely, any prayers for his speedy recovery would be much appreciated. Sure. I get one of them seat covers like that, so I can just leave it completely on my seat the entire time, kind of deal. So, let's see. A lot of work sometime today. Oh, my coffee. Put on Team Real Locos, put on his channel so we can play some of his music while we're sitting here. Uh, yep, working it, guys. I am working it. Let's see. Actually, there's a song right there. I get it going. Ooh. Fire it up. Come on. I think I hit the wrong thing. Trying to play one of his regular long videos. Nope. Not gonna do that right now, boss. Song. I need to get with you to pay my shipping on the rod and the pit. Yes. Got it there. Let's see. Give me a second. Yeah, I'll look at that here in a bit, but yeah, definitely could get that sorted later on today. Would be pretty awesome because as we're charging over the phone, it'll be in the account for tomorrow. That'll be good. Uh, my coffee. God, this computer's going really freaking slow. Call from here today. Hard life. Hard life. Very busy. Something like that. So a little bit. Come on. Can y'all hear the music, guys? Yes, I've tried smaller hooks. Actually, I say that. I've tried one out hook, size one, size two, three, fours, uh, and I had a whole bunch of them up there. And I bridled the hook. I also tried uh, using braided line as my connection point for it. I tried uh, uh, what was it? The coated cable, because they say using mono you end up getting cut off, so we didn't use mono. But let me go get my coffee. I need some coffee, guys. Oh, they finally hung up. They'll come back till work till January 2nd. Nice. Ooh, rainbow trout on fish bites. I want to say, okay, I know some guys did that here in Texas. They were using fish bites to catch the rainbow trout when they stock the little lakes over here. Uh, they stock them so there is no. I don't know if there's a limit on them. I know there's no size limit on them, but I don't know if there's a daily bag limit on them. Um, and yeah, he said he was using fish bites to hook them up, and I was like, wow, that's crazy. So, but I wouldn't see why they wouldn't work, you know. But again, too, I'm not big of a freshwater fisherman in that realm, so I don't know. Now, don't get me wrong, I have caught with it. I have caught with a smaller hook while alligator gar fishing. I've seen other guys catch with them too, but I've also seen those same guys sit there and miss, just as many alligator gar as I did, that day. And again, too, it was using different, uh, what was it, different types of hooks and bait and stuff like that, and or using the exact same everything. Sometimes we let them run, sometimes we didn't let them run. But that was also in Lake Mathis. Now I've been up to the Trinity. I've caught alligator gar up there, and there is probably the craziest amount of that. That's the most gar I've ever caught in a single sitting, hands down. Like I caught them left and right. It was, and I lost track, but one of the other Team Real Local guys, he actually kept track, and he said that I landed 22 gar. That means brought up on the shore, dehooked them myself, and that's how I caught so many of them. But at the end of the day, when we got to the fishing tournament weigh-in and stuff like that, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know how many gar I had lost until he told me that, or not lost, but landed. And he goes, and that doesn't even include all the other gar that we brought, or that I brought to the water's edge. And actually, I would sit there and I would shake my hooks a little bit, and sometimes they'd come off. If not, the guys with the gar bellies came over there and would dehook the alligator gar for me. Because to be honest, at that time, I'd probably only put my hands on about six gar in my life. So to be honest with you, I was a little intimidated. I really didn't know how to handle the alligator gars and or what to expect. And I guess in the back of my head, I thought I was dealing with like alligators where they can turn and bite you and want to bite you. And the alligator are nothing like that. They were a lot more docile. But again, too, don't think they're a fish that you can just jump on real quick and not worry about them moving or thrashing about. So they will do it. You just move kind of slow and watch what you're doing, and you'll be okay. So but definitely, if you're going to remove the hooks, it helps to have some kind of pliers with you for sure. So, Yeah, I put on Team Real Loco's page over here to have some music going while I'm cleaning the weights and stuff like that too. So yeah, exactly, Brandon. They just throw their heads, and it's more of a defense mechanism, them trying to get away from you, not want to be touched, because obviously they're not used to that. They're not being used to that being handled by hand and stuff like that. So So what I'm going to be doing with all those surf weights too is just cleaning them, taping them. And then once I got them all done, then I'll go over there and I'll start weighing them out and marking them and putting them where they belong. But yeah, all those bins that you saw a little while ago, I'm actually going to do another little video showing them empty like that, and then I'm going to show them getting filled up and stuff like that too. So yeah.
Hey, Meta, play music.
Hey, this is, well, he should be monetized already. They're playing all these commercials on his channel, so that's one part I didn't understand about YouTube is like, I guess when they play videos on your channel, you're supposed to get that pay, and I don't think Captain Eric's been getting it because I don't think he's hit the 4,000 viewed hours that you need for the year. What's up, Robert? How you doing? Let's do this. Move it down just a little so y'all can get a kind of an idea of what I'm actually doing here. So on the bottom, I'm cleaning off the surf weights here. Yeah, no, it does. It does. It can be real hard sometimes. I know for a time there, I was doing pretty good. I was like, man, I'm finally moving up on there and stuff like that. But it's definitely not easy, guys. Really, it's not. And even if you get lucky and you hit the video that puts you up there and starts making a lot, if you don't maintain it, then it's going to be a one-hit wonder kind of deal. So definitely you want to put forth the effort to keep making that happen and stuff like that. But the algorithm, I feel it's always changing. It's never the same. But again, too, uh, you'll see where I go up and then I go down, and I go up and I go down. And it's like, Edward, smoking a brisket for the military tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, I got to do this, and then I got to fillet up that black drum and redfish too. I wanted to cook it up later on today, but we'll see how long it takes to get all this done. But uh, it is. That's the other thing too. Is like uh, going live. I mean, is a little bit different than just recording and putting it out there. Uh, when I first started my channel, I didn't go live at all, hardly at all. When all of my videos were all edited and stuff like that. So once I created the video or recorded the video, then I had to go back and edit it. And yeah, it got pretty crazy. It really did. Still remember the one guy calling me out saying, how much knowledge do I really know and stuff like that. So I went, did 5 videos, 5 edited videos, and every one of them was 15 minutes or longer. Every single one of those videos was 15 minutes or longer, and I did that for 30 days straight. By the fifth or sixth day, people were like, "Dude, we can't keep up. We can't keep up." And I just kept going just to prove a point. The only bad thing was like all the videos got drowned out because I was putting out so many at a time that I wasn't making, I wasn't getting a ton of views, but I was getting real high pay through the channel because it showed consistency. So it definitely worked out that way. But now that I stopped doing a lot of the edited videos, because it's a lot easier to sit here and go live and record as I go and then post it. But it does mess with your pay for sure. So. William, you have a good day at work, boss. Be safe out there, brother. Actually, I was supposed to do a brisket on Sunday, but that didn't work out either. I can smell that coffee, but still too hot. Hot, hot.
I went to Dubai and found out that the rich people in Dubai never go to nail salons. But the secret of their neat and clean nails is that they use this electric nail grinder, because they know that nail clippers alone cannot clean the nails, and it is easy to cut the flesh if you are not careful. So if you want your hands to be delicate and smooth, a good nail grinder is indispensable. Just a few gentle strokes, and the nails are immediately turned smooth and round. Yes, I will tell you a good news. You can take it home.
Ray just got a new cell phone. Good deal. What happened to the other one? And I'm to be honest, Ray, I don't know what is going on with the channel. Why I still can't comment to any of your comments. Everybody else can comment to you, but I can't. I don't know why it's doing that. I've submitted multiple emails trying to get that sorted, and it doesn't let me, boss. So I try, but it won't let me. It won't let me do it. So. July 9th, 11 to 12, guys. Check it out on Facebook. Catch some links. Oh yeah, no, that's for sure. Slime time. Now, to be honest with you, I had learned that the hard way on Facebook. I try to help out as many people as I can. One of the biggest ones that really got to me was there was a young man in the Galveston area that had been winning fishing tournaments, and so he won so many fishing tournaments, and he wanted to upgrade his shark fishing gear. So he paid for an Avid 50, spooled up with all of this, and it was also a time when I was still learning about setting up the reel for individuals, and actually, trying to pitch to them, hey, they don't need all that line on the reel, especially if they're just getting into it, kind of deal. And so for him, when he was buying it, I actually offered him discounts because he was a young man, and I kind of wanted to just show gratitude that he was willing to spend his hard-earned money with me in my shop. So I came up, I checked around and found any sales that were going on with other companies and stuff like that, and I beat their price on the cost. And then I spooled it up and gave him a discount on the braid. And I filled it up. He had a lot of line, and he was like, yeah, I want, I'm going to get into shark fishing. So when he got it, they sent it out, and they started bashing me because I charged him, I overcharged him, and he shouldn't have cost as much. And so I literally had to do an itemized list out there, put it out there, and show him how other shops would have costed him almost $200 to almost $300 more than I lost in profit by not charging the same thing those shops charge, and they were still throwing me under the bus. So I was upset. I was real mad. I was like, man, this sucks, dude. This young man that did all of this, and he knew he was getting a great deal, but to hear his friends or the guys he fished with just shit talking him from buying from me because I overcharged him and this and that. And then after I put it out, they still couldn't see it. Like, no, you should. I'm sorry, guys. Like, I can't work for free. Those reels are expensive when I buy them. So is the line. and my time, and I still hooked him up, with a cheaper price all the way around. And then after they lost that battle, or they stopped arguing that, they're like, well, still, you shouldn't have put all that line on there. After we sent it out, we couldn't get it back on, and this and that. And I'm like, well, that's part of having to learn, how to reel in when you're dealing with these bigger reels. And so they didn't like that I was putting that out there. But I was, again, too, a lot of people don't fish exactly how you fish or reel in the way you do. So since then, I've had to do a lot more uh, research when the customers come in or call in. And so that's why you hear me asking you a lot of questions. Hey, what do you plan to do? How you plan to do it? Have you done it before? Or how confident do you feel? Like, I start asking all these questions because I don't ever want to have another complaint where they say, well, you did this, you did that. Like if I'm sitting there trying to suck money out of you, when that's not my game. That I'm sorry. But yeah, so. And yeah, it was also like Jerry Brown or Cortland at the time. So that was the weights that he hadn't finished. And I already finished right there, taped and trimmed and taped. Now I'm going to go and start working on all the weights that he actually worked on the other day and go and fill it up. He's already got them cleaned. I just need to tape them up and get them in there. So yep. I got some great songs on there. If y'all haven't checked out Team Real Locos, it's actually Texas Fishing and Outdoors, the YouTube channel now. Make sure you go subscribe, check them out, check out their playlist on music. That's what I'm actually playing right now. So if y'all are new to the channel, y'all can hear it. I'm gonna raise this up a little bit. Telling them shit. I'm only here for one reason. It's the best time of the season. I only move when the birds move, so best believe I ain't leaving. Right there, slime time for sure. Stand back and let me just do me. Got a blueprint in my sight, so for lunch I need is sushi. And in my cozy, people steady blow me up. Asking all these questions while my phone is in the truck. Can you do this? Can you do that? Can you prove that? Can you prove that? Only thing you need to worry about is just finding where that school there. We got people on the team just do this for a living. Like Tyler, he gon' lock it down soon as it starts screaming. So someone get the spoons, get the news, all I use. With a couple packs of them operator, but I don't have to do. Cause I need some bait in my freezer. You see me and Brian Steele. We can go to church all day, but in fresh water, I'm the preacher. People keep on asking, dog, have you heard? Have you heard? Jackson in the surf, so let's put it work. Put it work. You can see how we get it, feels like I'm experiencing. So if I'm in my head, then I'll probably fish. So go and tell the boss that I'll probably be late. Got a fat tail, I guess you know today. Cause I'm on the beach, just doing my thing. Yeah, you heard me right, I'm steady doing my thing. My teammates waking up at the crack of dawn. Always loaded, credit tacos, cause we taking off. Robert, what do you mean you have a mark for that? We at the corner store to get some beer. We pulling up, we rigging up and then. Well, slime time. Stick with the channel, boss. A lot of people that have never won have been winning on our channel. So, yeah, it is pretty awesome. We do so many, you're bound to win. It ain't. I needed to ask Jason that if he'd ever won anything like that. So. My boss said I'm fine, cause I always gon' miss it. Then he asked what I'm doing, I see my jump business. Cause I'm out here chasing schools, making people look like fools. And if they really got a problem, then they know what to do. Just ask. But don't get mad if I turn it left. Just ask. Yep. Yep. People keep on asking, dog, have you heard? Have you heard? Jackson in the surf, so yep. Sorry. Figure I'd go and play some of his music on here and stuff. The reason being I can play it is because he's also giving me rights to use his music on my channel, so I don't have to worry about getting hit with copyrights on there. Adam J has also done the same thing, but he doesn't. I don't have a lot of his music on my deal, but he's another one that's a great rapper, super fisherman. I mean, very humbled and very, Adam J pretty sick, man. That's pretty awesome. Oh, y'all know this one. Yes, sir. Mm. Roger that, slime time for sure. It is. Trust me, I get lost in those funks sometimes too. Just like can't seem to focus on whatever it is. But I'll tell you one thing you can also do too, boss. Say some prayers, well. Humble yourself, say some prayers, and give it up to him. Let him guide you. Know that he's got you. You know, pretty much tell him to take the wheel. You know what I mean? Let him do all the steering, and you will find your way for sure. Actually, oh, hold on. I'm gonna pause it there because that was one of the first trips I went out with Captain Eric right there, and that was after the or before the fishing tournament or after the tournament. But yeah, that was one of my first alligator guards with Captain Eric right there. Oh man, it was awesome. So, yep. You see the way you go, monster, that's a magical feeling. Yeah, I'm living that. That it is. I mean, the other thing is, when you do your research, that this could be something else for you to use for your channel. Um, when you find something interesting that, hey man, check out what they did, use it for your channel. Use it as something that, you know what, hey, I saw them do this, I want to try it out. And you go try it and see. But don't give up on it on the first time or the first attempt, because a lot of times too, you got to remember, um, there's a lot of behind the scenes that these channels don't show you. A lot of them don't show you the behind the scenes of what it takes to get there. That was one of the things that I wanted to change on my channel, was showing you this. The you know what I mean? The hard work that it takes to get there, to make all the gear from start to finish. And again, I still haven't shown everything. There's still more behind the scenes that I haven't shown y'all, because um, it's also becoming harder because a lot of guys are starting to copy uh, making fishing tackle and putting it out there, which is fine. Like, don't get me wrong, I want everybody to rise up and stuff like that. The only thing I don't like is when they're sitting there trying to call us out, especially like me saying, "Well, he's overcharging, he's over this, he's over that," and I'm like, "I have overhead, boss. Like, I got to make money and make enough to where I can pay the rent, the light, my workers, materials, cost, and everything else. When I was working out of my garage, oh shoot, I was unstoppable at that point for sure. So, that's another good one right there too. While it's doing raw footage like that, that's another one too. That keeps it real. That was one of the things that I wanted to make sure that whether I catch or I don't, I break off. Even like on there, even when I backlash, everybody kind of looked at me like, "What is he gonna do?" And I'm like, "Shoot, let me show the video, like, or let me show the camera exactly what has happened." And that's the confidence that I have, because I've been through it so many times that I understand that it's gonna happen. There, yes, I've got countless hours on the water backlashing, not blacklashing, actually casting. But again, too, if I don't show it to you, and then it happens to you, you're gonna be like, "Damn, like what would I do wrong?" No, even I still backlash, guys. And you saw it, I backlashed and broke off. But with the gear I'm using, was able to get back on track quickly, retie back in, and keep on fishing. So it did not take long. Yeah. Didn't get much this year, so I didn't get any bids to really start off. So here's the other thing too. It's not just about always going fishing, boss. I really wish I could be out there fishing a lot more. And trust me, look at how many views that video got. It got over 1,000 views, with me out there fishing. So yeah, the potential for me to blow up is awesome if I could go fishing all the time. But if I do that, then all this other work starts to stack up, and stack up. And being shorthanded the way we are, it's not going to get done. So definitely, I've got a stuck between a rock and a hard place. So that was one of the comments somebody put on there. This guy hasn't caught nothing all year, so he had to throw out 20 rods. I was like, well, technically they're not all mine, but then I put the next comment, but if I wanted to put out 20 rods, I could. And then I asked, could you? Let's see what he comes back with. I thought that was pretty funny. Yeah. So, I think I'm going to title that "Ain't Caught Nothing This Year," even though you already seen me. I did those two big black drum, and that's the other video footage. I still got to edit out, put out there too. Did the two black drum when I was up there with Captain Eric. Y'all saw the video short of Taco Rich where he caught his big old black drum. That was a monster. Uh, so. And to be honest, Slim, trying to plan it all like that is what's going to slow you down even more. Just, talk about your fishing gear, show the different kind of gear you have, what you made, give some, background of who you are and what made you get into it. All these people want to know, they want to listen, they want a story. And if you can sit there and give them that information as you're starting to branch out and do more on the channel, people will see that. People will be able to associate with where you're at in life and what you're wanting to do. And then, shoot, you might take off right there. Like it does help when your subscribers are commenting and asking questions and stuff like that. But you also got to open that door for them. And to be honest, you're right. A lot of the people that are here on the channel have kept me going. You know what I mean? It is real hard to, even depend on your family to be there, when they feel that you're neglecting them because you're having to take care of everything over here. So it is hard. But, so there is the tray filled up. This stack is 1, 2, 3, 4 deep. This one is 3 deep right there. So there's hard life. Another spam caller. So that's 4 deep. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 at 4. So make that 13 because of the extra ones. So let's check this math real quick. And then we got 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 plus 13 times 3. That's 91 surf weights in that container right there. 91 just in that bin right there. So let me move this over and go bring it. I'm in the middle of the water trying to catch a bite. Always trying to wait till I get home, baby. I'm just patiently waiting just for my in. I'm waiting for this kitty cat. That's why they free. Believe my shoulder like I've been fishing down for a long time. I've been catching fish by Another bit in the tree. Roger that. So slime time, when you're doing your reels and your reel cleaning and stuff like that, have you ever thought about putting the camera up and sitting there cleaning the reel and just talk about what you're doing through the reel and stuff like that? Because that's the other thing. The YouTube is going to judge you on what kind of content you're putting out there. And if you're putting out knowledge, that's one of the highest earning uh, or highest ways to make money on the YouTube channel is by putting out knowledge like that. Giving it up now. I'm gonna keep going and keep going. I can't stop. My family. Yep, there you go. Keep going. Well, it's not just, well, again too, when you're sitting there cleaning a reel, just set it up. You know, put your tripod up to where it's recording what you're doing, and you sit there and put it out there and put it raw, unedited. So again, it's not going to take you long to sit there and create the video because you're already doing it while you're cleaning your reels. So you're actually killing two birds with one stone. And then since you're doing it raw, unedited, you know, they can follow along. And again, like I said, it doesn't have to involve you being live with somebody to get some kind of knowledge or something to talk about. You're talking to the reel like if you're talking to somebody in the room and teaching them how to clean a reel or what you found. And man, oh God, look, check how dirty this reel is or whatever. Now, granted, don't ever say the customer's name unless they're cool with it. You know, be like, dude, like you blew this reel up. Like one time, I sent a reel, my 4/0 to go get cleaned by a buddy of mine, and this is way before YouTube. This is back when it was MySpace or something like that. And I didn't even know about it. I didn't even know how to work it or whatever. But my buddy, he called me. He goes, dude, what'd you do to this reel? I'm like, what are you talking about? I fish. And he goes, looks like a trash can blew up in there. I was like, well, I put it to use, you know. So I didn't clean my reels. So I like that beat. Yes, reacher right there. The videos when you're doing that and every single reel, don't do and put on there, title it whatever reel, cleaning and or cleaning and fix or whatever. Even if you don't fix it, just put it on there and put the type of reel it is, put it on there. Whether it takes you 15 minutes or 20 minutes. Now, if it's a reel that you have to soak and then you start another one, just save it, pause it, stop it, and then go to another reel, start another reel while that one, and then you can come back, and all you have to do is piece them together, and it's real easy. I use my phone and I use Power Director to make my videos. I don't, and with yours, if you're pausing and stopping like that, and all you're gonna do is put it raw, man, that is super, super easy. It really is. And then again, too, if you're just posting up how to clean these reels and stuff like that, as you're doing that, it's gonna build you a lot of business because it's gonna show the kind of work you're gonna put out. And then a lot of people, that is what's really helped me with spooling. Like when I was doing my spooling and stuff like that, the word really wasn't out there, but I did. If you go back to my channel, I've got raw, unedited footage from the very beginning because I didn't know how to edit. So that's all I did was raw and edited footage. And I was the first person to put, 3,000 yards, of 100-pound on an 80. And wow, that's crazy. The videos paused for a second and then came right back on. And it ain't because it's not charging, it's charging. Yeah, and I got the the fan on it. So this might be a long video, guys. Y'all can probably see me work on all of this all the way through. I'll be sitting here doing this. See, and stuff like that. It's just while you're doing what you normally do, set up the camera to where it can record what you're doing, off to the side, and you do your thing, and you don't even have to show yourself. You can show your hands doing all the work. And then, put in the video, hey, man, and if you want your reels clean, you can contact us at this deal, and you put it out there. You show them all of that. And granted, one is you're showing people how to do it, and they might be able to do it themselves. So you may think you may lose business, but at the same time, too, you're going to reach people like me that I don't like to clean reels. My proof is up there. I have my own tackle shop, and I will not clean my reels because I don't want to. I don't have the time to. So I'll send them off to get it done before I put my hand on it. I can see it all day. Okay. You're going to reach people like me. Then you're going to reach the other people that want to clean reels or clean their own reels and stuff like that. But they're going to keep coming back to your channel to watch those videos again and again. And or you're going to reach new clientele because they're going to be like, hey, man, go watch this dude. He'll show you how to clean that reel. He's got a library of reel cleaning. No, Avid reels are not harder to clean. Avid reels are actually okay. So let me pause this real quick. From Refugee Hard life. Okay, so Avid reels are the only reels I will clean. I have done it on my channel, like opened them up here, worked on them, but you'll never. Okay, I think there's been maybe one or two other reels that I've opened up in my shop. A pin and maybe a Shimano or maybe an Alba Garcia. Other than that, you won't ever see another reel me open and work on my shop. Avids are the easiest to get or to work on for sure. So no, that one right there. The only reason I did not clean my Avids is because at that time I'd already had Shimanos and pins, and I was still putting Avids to the test. And because now that I've had my Avids for over 10 years now, 2013 is when I got my first batch of Avids. And that's not including the 50s and the 80s that I had for years before that. When I got my first MXL, LXs, and SXs was in 2013. I still have a lot of those in my collection. From the original picture, I still have a lot of those in the collection. So, yeah, no. And they've been cleaned maybe one time. Only because I was trying to ensure that when I talk to my customers and I want to sell them a product, they will, what was it? They will know that what they're getting into and stuff like that. That was the biggest fear for me. Was buying into an expensive reel and not be able to fix it. Because again, too, I tried pins and Shimanos, and every time I opened one up, a spring would go flying, and basically the reel was trashed after that. Like I to go buy that spring and then try to put it in where I didn't even see where it flew out from was impossible. And they didn't have YouTube videos back then to show me how to do it. So I just basically got into the way of not even cleaning my reel. I didn't worry about it till it broke down, and then went and bought another one. So now as for parts, there's a certain email with the parts department there at Avid. And if you actually call them and ask them, I need to be able to order some parts, they'll give you the parts email address. I don't know it offhand, to tell you the truth. But yeah, you can order your parts through Avid from them and stuff like that. And especially if you're a dealer like that to work on them, if you can get to where you're an authorized person to work on their reels, you will actually get dealer pricing on them. So that way you can mark them up a little bit. Obviously, it's a sale of parts, and that way you can make your money off of that as well. So, yes, my knot to the spool is called an anaconda knot. Yes, sir. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 across, 4 deep is 32, 34, 36. There's 36 of these weights in there, and these are probably 10-ounce weights right there. So, yeah. Right there. I'm going to go through a lot of weights today, guys. I'm probably going to go through several hundred surf weights by the time this is done. So, see, and that's the thing. I had so much trouble cleaning the pin rails, the 4-aughts, the 4-aughts and stuff like that. I think the 209s are probably the ones, 209s, 109s, pin number 9s are probably the easiest ones. But once they started going with the double bridge and the 2 springs, and yeah, I stopped cleaning them a long time ago. So I want to say over 20 years ago is when I stopped playing with trying to fix my reels and just working it that way. So. This that's a live video, so let's go back. Back to his channel. I think we played through all the videos.
It's the night.
Come on.
Which is look. We'll start getting set up.
It couldn't have been 12 videos that we ate through already. Let's see. Come on. You know what? Let's see. See if I can call Adam J. See if he's not doing anything. Maybe I can bring him on the channel for a little bit. He's probably out fishing, more than likely. I did see that they were doing a lot of traveling and fishing and stuff like that. So, certain that they use. Wow. Okay. So, just a little update about Daniel. Surgery is happening tonight. Should be home Friday sometime. The surgeon said that either screws up or a plate or both, depending on the X-rays, are what they're going to have to do or about to do. So again, guys, keep Daniel in y'all's prayers. He's God. Mm, mm, mm. That's scary. That's still scary, but I'm just glad that it wasn't a brain injury or something like that. Because when he was saying they were going to the hospital, I was like, that was the first immediate thing that came in the head. So again, too, keep him in your prayers. He's definitely a resilient young man, but we definitely want to give him all the help he can get. So for sure, keep him in your prayers on that for sure. Uh, yeah, I did send a link to Locked Up Drag through your email, but I haven't seen where it came up here. I may that or I missed it. I wasn't paying attention or something like that. So, Dave, that is on the way. That's all the gentleman he's making the molds for me. So normally when he gets them done, he gets them to me pretty quick. But that's all he's telling me is that it's in progress. I don't know how many other molds because I did request like um, I've already probably bought 15 molds or more from him, and yeah, I've spent a lot of money there. But again, too, he's got a lot of clientele, so yeah, we're in the process. We are in the process for sure. So, all right, Toby, good deal.
Time I see my run beat, yeah, I get mixed emotions. Drift away from the world, now I gotta focus. I ain't worried about the drama, the arguments between you and mama. I'm thinking about just trying to solve a problem. Thinking about the bike daydream.
Actually, let me get on here. Dusty's asking for his tracking info. Uh, and if I just sent y'all some packages and you hadn't gotten your tracking info, let me know. And since I'm doing this, I can go and send that to y'all. Um, Slime time. I would need your. Have you sent an email through the shop or through the Team Hard Life email yet? Snowing like crazy. I'm headed down to build a rod. Nice. I need a no-roll mold, new selling cap in the larger size, 4 ounce to 8 ounce. Um, I would have to check on that. I know we're going to be selling the molds that we currently do have once I get replacements for them. I know on the pyramids I'll be getting rid of a lot of those too. So see if I got the right one. I hate when they do updates to the page and I'm not in keen with which way to go. Give me a second. Okay. Well, I definitely need that because I need to be able to. Uh, it'll have to go to when you send the email teamhardlife1@gmail.com. That's the number one, teamhardlife1@gmail.com. Send me your cell phone number so I can save it to my phone, and then I can send you a link directly to your phone. Dusty, here we go. Oh. There you go. All right, Dusty, I sent yours. I can get you the set. I would have to double check on that because I haven't sold one in a while because a lot of people really don't need them. You know what I mean? But unless you're doing a lot of mono to braid splicing, so then yeah, I would recommend it. So and Toby, actually I got that here. I'm gonna send you tracking number real quick.
That's why I'm living for the day like a dime.
That's one of them. Oh, that's make sure I'm on. Yeah, that is Toby.
Hey Meta, play music.
There are trucks and there's the truck.
Yeah, that one is Toby.
GMCC.
One's coming UPS to you, Toby, and then the other one is USPS. And that one was 200 for the one, and then the other one was 65. So 265.
2020.
And then who else?
We ain't done.
Yep. Did you already get them, Toby, or no? It'd be cool if you already did. There you go. Free feature. You sent me an email. Give me a second. Okay, I'm already there. All right. Let me save that because I got to create the contact before I can. All right. Give me a second. All right, boss. I sent the link there. Just make sure your YouTube app is up to date. Chris, I'll also send you your tracking info real quick. Oh, he already got his actually because he was saying it for the flag I sent. Let's see.
Call from 13612 just 1.
Hard life. Hard life. Very busy. What can I do for you? He's going to talk about 30 minutes before I say something. So give me. Okay. FTW in the house. John, what's up, man? Yep. So, all right. Justin. Oh, David, I'll send you. Actually, I don't even have your number. Uh, your address was forwarded to me by Jeff. So, but your box will go out. So if you don't get it by end of today, let us know so that way we can track it. And actually, you know what? I'll track it real quick since I'm already here. Oh, I copied it. Never mind. So, let me track.
I went to Dubai and found out that the rich people in Dubai never go to nail salons.
Yeah, it was shipped on
But
the
secret of their
7th.
neat and clean nails is that they use this electric nail grinder
Come on.
because they know that
Oh, that's
nail clippers
Toby.
alone cannot clean the nails, and it is easy to cut the flesh if you are not careful. So if you want your hands to be delicate and smooth, a good nail grinder is indispensable. Just
Yeah, Jeff has your number, but he is not here right now. But he's over there pouring. I'll forward it over to him and see if he can forward it to you.
That combines cutting and
Or actually, call the shop real quick, 361-334-2171. That way you could tell me your number over the phone, and then that way I can add you to the deal, and I can send it to you that way and stuff like that. So.
System. The polished nail surface is as shiny as polished, and the ground nail scraps are automatically collected into storage,
How you doing, Moss?
which is clean and hygienic.
What's up?
Design of the night.
Oh, we are here, but these dang commercials on the channel and stuff like that. So, what you got
Yeah,
going,
the
man?
commercials can be a pain.
What was that?
I said, yeah, the commercial can be a pain.
Yeah, that it can be. Oh man. So where you out of, Moss?
North Carolina, right around Bragg.
There you go.
We've got a lot of catfishermen around here. Of course, you know, we got mud cats that are right around the corner. They're probably about an hour from us.
Mm.
And those real deal rods, they're actually out of Elizabethtown. He actually sells his rods for $70, so they're actually a decent price for the rods that they are.
Mm-hmm. Those were the 10-footers that you were talking about the other day.
That's a 7'6". The 10-footer actually is right here behind me, and that's the old gold Fenwick, the old school.
Okay. Yeah, I got a few
that's
of
what I
those.
call that black tip on. I turned around, I bought it for $50 with a near mint squitter on it.
Dang it!
For $50, and I didn't have this reel on there. I had a 535 on it that night or that day because I was going straight out king fishing and I didn't want to swap my line, so I just threw that reel on there, threw it out, and then that night I threw it out, mullet head out, and sure enough, I caught about a 6-foot blacktip on it.
There you go. Well, that kind of answers that question. They asked if you do any shark fishing in North Carolina, and you just talked.
Hey, if nothing else is biting, I mean, I know I can always tangle with a shark and have some fun.
Yeah.
They're
So
always going to bite.
So I know when I was stationed in North Carolina, shark fishing was frowned upon. Is it still pretty much like that, or have they gotten a little more lax on it?
For the land-based guys, I know there's a lot that do it because we have a page over here called Land-Based Shark Fishing North Carolina, South Carolina. And you see guys, a lot of them do it more in Myrtle Beach because I mean they're covered with sharks down there. I know. Only allow 10 kingfishermen out there at a time now.
Wow.
Yeah, the owner's just kind of gotten away from kingfishing, and he did. The new owner, he didn't. I guess really didn't particularly like kingfishermen, but you know how that is.
Oh yeah. Yep. And actually, I
But
remember in North Carolina on one of the piers, it actually had a big old red line on the end of the pier, and it basically said that you couldn't kingfish in that if you were in that red line, like no
yeah,
slow lining and stuff like that.
I know Bogey Inlet over here. They actually stopped kingfishing altogether. There are some piers that are going away from it. Why I have no idea. But they say, oh, that's what they think a pier should be.
Oh, okay. Hold on, real quick. Hard life. This is him.
Nice, Matt.
All right. Give me just a second. What's your number?
I've got a 6-aught that I'm looking at getting spooled up
Okay.
for shark fishing. It's a whole red and white, or the red squirrel
Can you
handle
repeat
from
that
like
one more
the
time, just
50s.
so I make sure I got the right number in there.
So I just got to get some drags and get it cleaned up.
Roger that. All right. So I'm gonna get back onto there real quick. Yours is already up there. I'm gonna send you a picture right now of your tracking info. Yes, sir. And thank you very much, boss. All right. Bye bye. All right. Awesome. Okay. So he got his tracking info. And yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, a lot of the piers around here, like the one I was fishing this year, they got a sign that says no shark fishing, which it kind of irritated me because I had a drum rig on with a like 80-pound mono, and all I did was basically I've got a drum rig, the cannonball rig already pre-made that I can show you, but it's either like your hook of choice, a little leader, and then straight to the hook.
Yeah.
So that's an 806 there.
That Taco Rich, that's the leader he was, or kind of setup he was using when he caught that big old black drum over here where we were fishing at the other night. And that's it works. You know what I mean? So
It helps from that helicopter, and it just creates a little bit less wind drag. I mean, I'm still only getting about 100, 120 yards with my Ever. I mean, but that's just because it is a fiberglass blank, and it does have so much flex and then so much reverberation throughout the blank that it like the Vexens that you were talking about. The Vexen has that snapback authority to where it doesn't reverberate and kind of whip back into the line, and it just goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
These here are more the old school, what the guys used back. I mean, like this frog here was made back in the 70s, and it's still going strong.
Yeah, no doubt. All right. Well, I finished this tray. And so again, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
CJ, it is a 140.
8 and 4 deep. So that's 32, 36, 36 10-ounce surf weights on this tray alone.
It's amazing. And you can just sit there and pump them out. A lot of times I'll put on fishing videos and everything else and make up my rigs and stuff. I know, Robert, I know some guys in Florida, they charge for the 4-aughts, for like the Senator 4-aughts, they're charging like $40 on average for those.
To sell them or to fix them?
Just like the normal service.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's, I want to say I think that's what they're starting to charge here for them as well. A lot of the prices have gone up.
Contacted me a little while ago. I guess he didn't want to go through with it, but he had a Fathom 15 that had some grinding issue or something. Every time he cranked the handle, it was grinding in a certain point. I was like, well, I'm probably going to have to replace the main gear on that one. And he's like, well, what would you charge? I said, well, 35 and whatever the parts cost, because, I mean, they are a little bit newer reel, especially with the Fathoms. I mean, they are a top quality reel, so you want to charge just a little bit more on those. I know the TLDs, like the lever drags, people tend to charge a little bit more for those just because they are a little bit more aggravating. They're simple, but they are a tad bit more aggravating.
Yeah.
Especially once, I mean, there's only one gear in there, so you can't really get it wrong. But once you start messing with the drag plate and everything else, that changes the whole game.
I do that. So how long have you been cleaning reels for?
I've been servicing mine, working on all of mine off and on throughout the years since I was little. My grandparents owned an archery shop, so I used to sit in there all the time, and I had a little board. I'd sit there and hammer nails and stuff in and this and that. So I was always working with my hands. I had to stay busy or moving. So with that ADHD, I know some people can sit still with it, but me, if I'm sitting still or not moving, I go crazy.
Roger that. Well, again, too, I mean, if you're trying to put out videos, when you're sitting there, like for me, like right now, I'm part in the video, but you can set it up to where it's strictly just, overhead, and that way it's not in your way, and you create those
Right.
videos. You can drum up a lot of business like that too. It really put it out there too, and then people understand. Hey, man, it got to the point for us when we started putting out there that we were cleaning reels. We had like an influx of like 400 of them just came in, and we couldn't keep up. So we had to stop doing it ourselves, and we had to pass on the work to other guys that actually can do it on it from day in day out, because we actually manufacture all our gear. And
Right.
since I've been live on this video, y'all seen me. Several hundred liters I got crimped up, put on the wall. I'm already over probably 200 surf weights that I've already worked on, and I still probably
Uh,
have about 300 more to go to. So,
this is all mainly just king rigs and just little odds and ends, but mostly all king rigs that I have pre-made and tied just on the fly at all
uh,
times. Because I mean, you get out there. I see a lot of the old timers. They'll get out there and then they're tying up the rig. I guess it's part of the ritual. I guess. I mean, I like doing it too, but I mean, my whole objective out there is to get out there and get my bait in the water before everybody else.
well, I'll let you know about that. A lot of times too, it's not, maybe they don't have the time to do it at home, so they're out there on the pier
Well,
doing
yeah,
it.
but a lot of the
Well,
old timers, they kind of got accustomed to it because they've done it for so many years. They just go out and they just sit there and do their thing. Like the guys who taught me, that's how they do it.
mhm.
And which they've caught more fish off the pier than anybody I know.
Yeah, yeah. No, I used to do that too because I worked full time, and then the other time I had my son, or I was making my fishing tackle, selling it. So I really didn't have time to make my gear when I was at home. So when I would be on the
Right.
pier, you'd see me like the guys back in the day. Remember, I used to have a big old H2O, that big carry case with the 3 or 4 big ones on the side and the 2 or 3 on the
Mhm.
side over here. And I would open that up, and I basically had a store right in front of me of thousands of sleeves and swivels and snap swivels and mono and cable, and I would sit there and just start cutting and crimping, and I'd probably make 2 or 300 while I was sitting there. But it was because I would get to the point that I didn't have that many in my arsenal. Like, I always wanted to have at least 25 liters on hand at all times. But then
Right.
after I started like catching a lot more fish than everybody else, then people started wanting to buy them. So at first I would hook somebody up with one, but after a while, I'd be like, all right, dude, like I got to start charging you, man. I can't just keep giving
Right.
you liters for free. So that's how I actually stumbled upon this. Is my fishing actually spoke for me, and people started buying my leaders and stuff, and soon I was making several grand a weekend just going fishing. I go fishing and make that much money selling my tackle while I was out there fishing. So I was like, shoot, I'm getting paid to fish, man. Like, I like this. So, but I worked hard to make it happen. So,
Oh yeah, you got to. You got to stay on top of it, and it does get overwhelming too, especially when you're the only one doing at the shop, and your lack of help and this and that. I mean, it does become cumbersome. I mean, it's either a do or die situation, kind of, because I mean, you got really no choice but to do it. And
Yeah.
just to sit there and bump them out in just a matter of, I mean, how much you can push out in an hour is just, it's unreal as long as you just put your mind to it.
Very true. And that, my son and Jeff too, like I'll go out there and I'll start doing it, like, especially when we get new gear, new tackle in or something like that. Like, I got to see what it can do to help me make my gear and weights and stuff like that. And a lot of times, now I'll show y'all what I've done in that time period. And I have to, because if I don't, then I really don't understand the potential that the gear has or can be done. And if,
Right.
you know, counting down the hours and time and materials and all of that, if I don't do that and I don't have that answer, then I don't know if my guys are pulling the weight or they're lifting me up. You know what I mean? They're pulling me down or lifting me up. So I have to
Right.
have that knowledge in there, so that way, we're gonna make it. I mean, because I've already seen that if you don't know that, they're gonna do just barely what's necessary to say, hey, I was working, but yeah, they weren't producing.
I mean, I,
You know
I
what I
catch
mean?
myself doing it all the time, but that relates back to the ADHD and stuff. So, and it
But
kind of does impair us to be able to do a lot of tasks at hand.
but again, too, when you're by yourself and you're working for yourself, that's on you.
Yeah.
If that was me doing it, that's on me. But if I have other people I'm paying to do that job and they're not pulling their weight, well, then that's on them. But it's on me too if I can't honestly tell them, well, you should be at this level. You should be making this amount of
Right.
weights. If I can't honestly tell them that, then I can't honestly get mad at them, because then, hey, I'm working, I'm here, I'm doing, they have all that. But when you can sit there and run numbers and actually add everything up, subtract whatever you got to subtract, and show them the true math, and that is a big thing. And that may be something that one day you'll come across and start saying, hey man, if I want to make this amount per hour, I got to do this. And that's what's
Mhm.
really gonna focus your mind onto what you need to do and stuff like that. And when you cross that bridge, it'll be a whole different ball game for you, boss. um,
Oh yeah.
for me, I learned that a long time ago with my gear and stuff like that, and I actually could sit there and time out. If they gave me an order, I could tell you, oh, it's going to take me this long to pour it, clean it, and get it back to you. And they would look at me and like, dude, I've done it enough. Like, I know where I'm at. But those are also the older molds where I could only pour one at a time of each size, or two at a time, or three at a time with each size. Now I've got molds where I can pour 17 at one side. So, what's up, man? Already?
I'm here. I got a house.
Matt, I'm going after the
Oh,
big
bro.
one too, and sometimes them big ones are hit first thing in the morning out here.
All
The
right.
biggest thing caught off of our pier that I just left that night before.
Like that?
Okay, hold on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
Buddy
live.
of mine that went out there,
But no, I couldn't
and
hear
he
you because
caught a
you were talking
36
to both
pounder,
sides
the
at the same
biggest
time.
one caught off the pier this year, and I was mad.
Not right now.
And I
I'm,
get out there, it's showtime.
but I will be looking to
If I ain't got a bait in
bring
the
something
water,
on
something's wrong.
to help me do surf weights and stuff like that. Because right now
Can't catch
we're
them without a bait
melting
out there.
down
There's a bait
blocks,
out there.
two big old blocks of lead of where we're at and stuff. So,
Hell yeah.
but yeah, no. Do I have your cell phone number?
I don't think so. I got a new one.
Okay.
Right
Yeah, write it down real quick. That way I can get your info. Yeah. I mean, I know you can work, so.
there. I got my welder and shit like that too. So I got torch bottles, all that shit too. So
I wish this weather would go on somewhere.
we can get those racks.
We need it.
Roger
I'm
that.
gonna pick up a MIG welder and shit that way.
Uh,
So
just write it on one of those papers right there. There should be a pen sitting right up there. Yeah, no, definitely. I'm gonna see what's going on here, because we're but the only bad thing, it is the slow period right now. So
anything, just a little steady. All that.
yeah, roger that.
I got some other stuff. I got a craft room set up so I can start getting back. I started getting into rod building again.
Mm.
I've been getting all my stuff down. Like get down here, it's 7 months behind on some of these rod buildings.
Damn it. Yeah. Yeah. They're up there. So again, once you get set up and you have your rods built, bring some samples by so I can check them out and see where you're at. Cause yeah, no, I'm definitely to get more rod builders on the queue will definitely help me produce rods a lot faster for my customers and stuff like that. So definitely got you, boss.
Let me know.
Roger that. You have a good one, boss.
I will. I'm paying the bus, so.
All right. Awesome. Old buddy of mine, Hammy, right there. That dude. That's the one that I've told you that we nicknamed him Hammy because the squirrel on what's that cartoon? The
3-hook rig, 7
huh?
strand.
Over the hedge where that squirrel drinks the energy
Oh,
drink and
Hammy.
yeah, yeah.
The Jugger was hyped up on caffeine. Like,
Bro,
dang, simmer
he
down.
yeah. No,
Well, that's
he
how my
worked.
brain feels half the time. Like, especially if I go to get ready to go to sleep, my brain just it don't matter if I've had a long day or not. I get ready to lay down, and my brain just acts like it's on crack.
They're asking if you would show them one of your king rigs.
Yeah, this is a 7-strand rig that I use that I'm gonna actually start using next year. I learned it from another guy on the pier. But you basically just figure 8 knot. You can either figure 8 knot it at the at your stinger hook, or you can just snell it. But this one I have it with a figure 8 with a slider for just different size baits, etc. And you can either use like a small circle hook or a live bait hook. And then I usually make my king rigs about 5+ foot, um, 5 to 6 foot at least, because we do hook into tarpon and the brazen and everything, so it'll help out with that. Um, and then also I do have another rig that we use, which is with regular single strand piano wire. This here is 80-pound wire. I typically just don't use the lighter stuff because I can't tie it. It's too thin. It doesn't work well for me.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, most of
but
mine
this
I use
here,
90 pound or higher for the king rig on the single strand wire for sure.
yeah, the 7 strand that I use is actually 60 pounds, which is seems to be a good strength. That's what a lot of people use. But we run the real light drag over here too. We're only talking like 6 pounds of drag.
Wow. Okay.
But if we bring them in green, they're going to get wrapped up on the pylon. They're going to act crazy, and it's just a big disaster at the pier. Because I mean, you think even if you're running a mono shock lead,
Okay.
because you don't have that shock absorption.
Right for that.
So the further you're out, the more safer you are, and that's why we typically let them run. We either use like size 2 or size 4X strong treble hooks, and this is a bridle system that we use for single strand. So we got a trailer here or stinger, and then we just basically make a triangle type rig so you can get different size baits in there.
Yeah,
Um,
that's similar to what I do right there. The connection point where that leads to the leader. Do you connect into a swivel?
I put 2 swivels on mine because you basically have, which on mine I have at least a 3-point swivel connection because I have a snap swivel, then I have 2 swivels on the rig itself, and that
Mm-hmm.
allows it to not get kinked up. It allows that fish to move freely. But you do have occasional. I have heard of instances where a king or a tarpon has blistered it so hard that it has actually jammed that swivel. So one of the guys I know, I've actually got one of the rigs in my bag, but he uses little they're owner rings, I think they're called.
What was
Um,
that?
I use about at least 100-pound or so swivel, um, or 200-pound swivel. I mean, they're not too big, but I'd rather them be oversized to take the abuse of the initial strike than something small and then have it fail.
Right there at the connection point too. Yep.
Yep. Because these swivels, these are Spro swivels here, and they seem to be pretty good.
Yeah, those are super strong and super small, but you pay for them. They get pricey up there for
Yeah,
sure.
I think
Uh,
the owners, I think it was like a 20 bucks for a 50 count, I think, or 15. I can't remember.
yeah. No, I,
Yeah, no problem.
so when you slide them out, do y'all call them trolley rigs over there, or you still slide line them?
We call it pin rigging. And also I have a where did I put it? I did not grab it. Give me just a second, and I will grab one of my pin rigs.
Oh man, yeah. Yes, yes, sir. That it is. That's why when I tend to do that from that swivel down that way, I tend to make it long enough so that way it's not right by the bait. I want to make that at least a foot, so that way it's far enough out of the water, so that way the fish can swim around and not have anything else in there. But again, too, you know, you can run into that swivel running through the water and be hit second any given time with any leader kind of deal. But having
Well,
a black swivel in there
that's
does
why
help.
we tend to use the dark swivels, the black coated swivels.
Yeah,
Anything shiny, they're going to fixate on.
yeah.
So
That's why I
that's
tend
typically
to.
why our rigs are typically that copper or camo color, and we use all dark gear.
We'll also do the stainless steel swivels, but they're coated black, so that way, again, too, staying dark on the rest of the leader is very important because yeah, Reef hit a very important one right there. That it'll make that swivel into a micro lure, and but without a
Hmm.
hook, and they'll come up and cut you off. But
Yeah. Anything
to be
shiny, they fixate on, and it's just a reaction,
yeah,
and they go
and
for it.
to be honest, I've never lost a kingfish being cut off by a secondary fish after the hookup. But it's also too because I've always again kept to that black everything. Don't use anything
Right.
shiny. That's why I kind of stayed away from. Well, the Spro. The reason why I stayed away from those is because uh, the shininess of their swivel. That's why I stayed away from those. But also too the cost of them. They were pretty up there, so I
Yeah.
actually for a long time there, I was using the Roscoe swivels, but after they failed on me, and then they owed me a whole bunch of swivels because they said they were going to give me they were going to double my order, basically give me what I paid for, but for my inconvenience of having to pull off over 1,000 liters off my wall, they were going to give me a second batch of 5,000. And I told them, well, just hold on to that until I'm ready for them, kind of deal. Just show a good faith, kind of deal. And then he forgot and he don't remember the conversation. I was like, dude, I should have just taken it when I had the opportunity for it. You know what I mean? And so at that
Right.
point, I was upset, and I never called him back since. And then, you know, 500,000 swivels later, I still have not bought any from them
We
directly.
are fishing from a pier, so we are basically slide rigging, pin rigging, or um, so basically we toss an anchor out, and you just basically slide another bait using this down it. And this is just a small, simple one that I've made up. I use just like 120 pound wire and make these leads short. That way it is a lot stiffer on the release. That way the bait doesn't have a tendency to break it. So it's pretty stiff there, but when the fish initially strikes it, it's going to just release.
Roger that. So
And
on
now
that
usually I
system,
connect this to my fight rod, my fight
does
line. I
that
just snap that into the snap swivel and get this back, and then that way just keep these on there, and you ain't got pulling in a lot of weight on your anchor coming back.
I was just about to ask that because we stopped doing that probably about 20 years ago, if not a little longer, where The old way was to let the weight slide down the anchor line, and then after 5 or 6 fish, you would pull it up, break it loose, and then recast back out. And then
Yeah,
one day I was like, man, I need to be able to leave uh, the weight, the slide weight on the leader, and that's the way I started fishing with it, and that's
I just
been like
take
that ever
this like
since.
this. I just basically just keep a snap swivel on this end, just loop it through after I put my rig on there. Or actually, I keep this on first, and then it just stays on there when you're fighting the fish, and this just pops off from there with the anchor line. And just keep a bunch of these on hand. You won't ever have to replace these
Yeah.
unless they fail or something like that. But I mean, I usually keep at least 5 or 6 on hand of these at a time anyway.
So
But
quick question: why all the flare on the weight, like that treble hook holder and all of that stuff on?
oh, that's just for visibility out there in the water. So I use that just as an indicator for sight. That way I can see exactly, okay, I can just look for this, look straight down, and I can see my bait. It's just a good indicator just to be a visual, and then everybody else around you can see your gear. Um, and I mean, I always use bright line on my king setups, just that way everybody can see what's going on. That way we all know how to make adjustments, fighting in and around the other king rigs, because we don't pull our stuff in. I
Yeah.
mean, we got guys. All of our guys, they stand all of our anchors. Well, on Jolly Roger, we don't. We just basically do it the old school way. We just lay them up against the rail.
Mm.
Um, Now, at all the other piers, we do the fan. So we basically just all our anchor rods are standing up, and everything's spanned out off the front and then folds back. Uh,
Yeah.
and you got a mark that you have to throw on, so you better be accurate, or there's going to be some words being exchanged from people out there. But usually we try not to cause too much ruckus. But I mean, you get the ones out there that
Yeah.
getting all
Yeah.
like you were talking about last night, the way Mel was doing. Yeah, he that's a 32 he made, and that's just a beast of a reel. But I've seen some of his, and he's actually got a YouTube channel called Megalodon or something. Uh, all his videos are old, but just seeing some of the stuff he's used to catch fish is just insane. He uses a 4-aught with a rod called an M rod, and that little thing, it's just looks like a daggone spring about that tall, like a dot demon kind of.
Uh,
It's a spring. It looks like a big spring coil, and then it's got the guide, and then he's caught big tarpon on it, kings. It just just to be able to see what he uses, and to be able to, it kind of gives you peace of mind that you don't need really big gear to go out there and catch fish.
it is, but at the same time too, you've got to look at what you're targeting and the
Yeah.
survivability of it. It was about landing the fish, and it didn't matter if it lived or it didn't. Now it's all about catch and release and doing the right thing to make sure that fish can get in quick, and that way you can keep fishing for them or release them, and or not have to worry about it dying up on the beach and stuff like that. So a lot of that,
Yeah.
even with my dock demon, I'm using an SX Raptor, so I'm gonna fight that fish pretty hard and get it in,
Oh yeah.
and and release
If
it
I
and stuff
had
like that.
Raptor money, I'd be all over it. But that's like the Raptors go for what, 540 or something like that.
What's that for line capacity?
No, for the Raptors, the price of them is like 540, aren't they?
Uh, for the HXW, it's up there.
Or the LX
The
is up there, I
the
know.
yeah, the SXs are three. Hold on. Once they started
Because I
messing
was
with the price,
trying to get
I had them down packed. But once they raised the price and then lowered the price and raised the price, like I have not been able to keep it up. But
economy. Hey, money and greed is the biggest problem in this world, and it just keep money is just always fluctuating on prices.
yeah, and not saying and we're not trying to say Abbott's like that. They've got a phenomenal product, but side by side to other reels in their same price bracket, man, they are the cheapest that I've seen and found for
Right.
what they offer. I don't even. They're in the same price bracket as other reels, but they're not in that same bracket as what they put out for that price. So the SX Raptor is $415, but that's the Raptor Plus with MC. If you get a non-MC, then it drops down to $375. But right now they're discounted rates, so you can get them a lot cheaper right now than you normally could throughout the rest of the year. So a lot of people
I had a
normally wait
guy
for the end of the
trying to
year for
sell
these
me.
sales to go on.
I had a guy trying to sell me an original LX. Like, I mean, it had all the side. It was everything was like engraved in it instead of being like. And he still wanted $200 for it. I mean, it's
Oh
still
yeah.
a good price, but I mean, AVETs hold their value. I don't. I mean, regardless. I mean, I've seen reels look beat to crap, and they still want about brand new price, and I'm like, I can't win for losing.
Yeah, no, those reels hold their value all the way through because at the end of the day, cosmetically they may look like junk, but when you try to open them up and see their deal, because even then, if it looks like that, you send it back to Avid, they totally rebuild everything from the inside out and send it back to you. So you basically
Right.
just have a beat up new reel, and you
Yeah.
cannot beat. I mean, shoot, y'all can see mine. Like, if y'all see my reels in person, see the layers upon layers of salt buildup and dirt and dust and all of that, and you still see like all those reels I was fishing with yesterday. I actually, you know what? Let me show y'all something. This is really gonna. If y'all have never fished with me, this is gonna give you a real insight. And you saw how well they were casting out, how quiet they were, and everything
Yeah,
else.
those overall 20s or something else. That's a whole beast.
You can see all the sand, corrosion, abuse.
Oh, I've seen some reels that look way worse than that.
Oh,
I mean, they
yeah.
look like they've been beat. I mean, ran through. I mean, all the color was stripped off. They just looked like they starting to corrode and stuff. I mean, they were just horrible looking.
I mean, you could see all of the corrosion on there, or not even corrosion. I mean, like there's corrosion right on the edge around that little the holder for the
Yeah,
slide
but I
plate.
mean, they get used.
Yeah, yeah, no, they. And again, too, like I don't clean them. I do not clean them, but you see how smooth they cast,
But
everything else, and
I
I was
spray mine.
bombing cast.
I spray them every time I get back to the house because I mean it's a 2 hour trip for me. But when I get back, I always just spray my stuff down after the week or whatever. I mean, I usually try to do it after the day, but sometimes when I'm down there for 3 or 4 days, it's hard to rinse it off every day.
Oh, I don't. I don't even rinse them. I don't even rinse them. There's like, I'm telling you, like they and still got my fish bites on them. Like, yeah,
My luck,
yeah.
that stuff would be so dried on there, I can't even use it no more because it's just faded away and it's just the rope started now and the hook's all rusted. So I got to toss it, throw a new set on. I
Yeah,
just
no,
tie my high load rigs when I get down there. I don't even mess with them no more. It's too much hassle and tangle.
yeah, not me. Like, and again, too, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm gonna actually start. I need to start maintaining my gear because I've paid a lot of money for them, but they have proven everything that I set out to show y'all. And it's firsthand. Like y'all saw me using those reels yesterday. I did not rinse them. They came straight in after I'm handling fish, handling bait. They've got rust on them. They've got all of that. But you saw when I was throwing, there were several times I cast out and I'm holding the rod by the end of the rod and the reel is over here just doing its own thing. So that was the real life of fishing. Like if once you can get that zeroed in, they're phenomenal, and you definitely get what you pay for. And for me, like I said, I grew up Penn, I grew up Shimano, I grew Abu
Yep.
Garcia, New Reels, Luz, um, Accurates, or not Accurates. What's those? Well, the Accurate side plates where they had the upgrades for the pin
AccuPlates.
rails, and AccuPlates and stuff
AccuPlates,
like
yeah.
that. Yeah, I've done all of those, and at the end of the day, when I actually, and that's why I do that test, and that's what I did with Jason yesterday, that the gentleman, the veteran that was on the pier. You know, he was
Mhm.
talking about it, and since he showed interest, I was like, well, let me show you some. And I gave him my rod and reel, and he was like, no, no, like you could tell, you heard him. No, I don't want. I was like, dude, this is the confidence I have in my gear. This is how it sells itself. Put your hands on it. There's not another tackle shop that is going to let you go out to a field and throw their gear. Now, Breakaway will do it because they that's what they do. They go out and they cast. Like they want you to see it.
Right.
And I've been doing it for years too over here in the field. But now, while I'm out fishing, to give you $1,000 rod and reel combo and tell you to cast it and don't worry about backlashing, that's a very bold statement because he didn't backlash it. He casted it. He casted it one time, then he fought the fish on it, and I backlashed. But I let him pull it in just so he could feel the reeling in with the fish and all of that. And he was hooked at that point. But I wanted to show the backlash, and that's why even when it happened on camera, like I showed the camera, look, it's backlash. Look
Hey,
how quickly I got it right out, right back to fishing. So
I've been casting since I was a kid. I'm 27, and I still backlash. There's like one morning I was out there kingfishing. Dude had said something, and why we don't have assigned spots out there, but he was like the fourth or fifth spot in through way left, trying to cut the whole corner of the pier off.
yeah, you'll have a
And
guy out there have the whole corner, and he'll have one rod here, and like one rod 5 feet from the end going like this, like. Dude, like you're blocking the whole corner. Yeah, but I'm fishing there. Like, no, you're not fishing there. You're just taking up space. Like, literally, you can move this rod to the right. 6 rods can go right here, and another 6 rods can go right there. But they're like this, and they got the 3 corner spots. Like, bro,
oh,
you're
and
blocking the whole fishing area.
he only comes up and fishes from Florida like maybe 1 or 2 weeks out of the season. And he just cut the whole corner off, but I wasn't 5 feet from him. He's like, You're too close to me." But there's a whole daggone pier out here. So
Right.
I reeled in my stuff. I said, you know what? My buddy just kind of moved over, and I threw on the other side of my buddy. I said, because my buddy, he's a retired master chief. He's a big dog, and I was like, yeah, you want to tell me about? You go ahead. I ain't getting in no tussle out here because if I get in a tussle, it ain't gonna go well out here. But
So I got
they're just bad for the drama out there this year, so I probably won't go back out there.
there's 78 surf weights on this tray right here.
But it is the only pier on the island you can drink on, though, which I find kind of weird. I guess they're stopping most of the drinking along the coast at all, from what I understand. But that's because people want to get rowdy and not handle themselves, and that's what hurts it all for the rest of us.
Here's the big mother tray right here.
Oh yeah, see, these are the kind of anchors that I buy up there at Academy, just because they're a little bit more of a they're a lot cheaper for us than what all these shops are trying to charge us. But I mean, they use basically like a teardropper style sinker. But I mean,
You need to try one of my weights. I made those 20 years ago. I tried that weight, and the reason I went with that weight style because you can buy the mold to make them. And I
right.
was thinking, man, I can pour an exact 8, or I can pour an exact 4, or an exact 3, and stuff like that. So I made the weights, and before I really got into it, I was like, let me go test them. Let
The
me go see
wire
how they
adds
work.
weight.
Huh?
The wire adds weight.
Well, it's
This
not
is
just
probably
that.
like a 7, and it's a
Yeah,
6.
yeah, it gives it a little more, but it's not like 2 or 3 ounces more.
Right.
It's like a quarter of an ounce, a half an ounce. So I was not worried about that. I was just more worried about pouring a specific type of weight. So I went out there and I did a casting on it, and I couldn't get them to stick. They wouldn't grab, and I've got video out there when we were battling our surf and stuff, and it was high winds. It was probably 20, 25, 30 mile per hour winds, and I was throwing into the wind, and I was bombing it. You saw the cast was a good 6, 7 seconds into the wind of flight time, and
Mhm.
couldn't get it to stick. Couldn't, and every putting the rod tip down off the pier, reeling in and trying to get it, and they would not stick in our surf over here. So
These here, I just cast this out and just let it sit. Like I don't crank it in, nothing. I just let it hit bottom and it's hung. These
mm.
literally just fall to the bottom like that, and these prongs get themselves buried in there, and then it just grabs out
Well,
here.
I guarantee you try one of my weights, you're gonna understand what I'm talking about. And
Oh, I'm sure they hold.
um, send me your shipping address. I'm gonna send and what size of weight that one is, so that way you can throw them side by side and do a video out there casting them and see which one sticks more and
Okay.
faster. Because that's the other thing. Our current is so bad that if you throw it and you don't get it to stick, it'll roll 20 to 30 yards out of position, and then you have to pull it out and recast to get it into position. So for us,
Yeah.
it's important for it to catch immediately, not roll around down there and stuff like that. So, and then you're gonna find out when you go to try to pull it out of the sand.
Oh, it's probably going to have my rod bent double over the pier, and I'm going to think I done hooked Moby Dick.
Do you what pound test line do you have on your reel?
I use 20-pound, depending, 20 to 30 pound is usually what I go with, but I usually use that titanium
On your That's your
on my
anchor line
anchor.
to break
Yeah,
your
because
surf weight. That's
yeah,
it,
because we're not
20?
allowed to use braid on our anchors.
No, yeah, you don't really want to use braid on your anchors because one, it burns off so fast on kingfish that after 2 or 3 kings, it'll actually cut you off in that spot.
Mm.
The amount of friction that it builds up. So
Yeah,
monofilament.
I mean, on my
Oh,
fight reel, I use braid, but on my anchor, I don't.
yeah. On the anchors, we normally use 40-pound. I normally use 40, 50 at most on my anchor line, so that way I can put up with the abuse.
Right.
But there's other guys that do 20 or 30-pound, but they're also not casting a 100-yard cast. They'll cast out, like 40, 50 yards, just enough so that they can get a slide out and they fish up close.
Yeah,
We were
these
getting the
guys
one.
here, they're throwing easy 150 yards. I mean, these guys, most of them use about 12-foot rods here for their anchors.
Mm-hmm.
12 to 13. My buddy is actually talking about, he just found a 15-footer in his garage, and he's talking about using that next year. And I'm just like, oh, I ain't throwing no 15-footer. I was like, shoot, all I've ever thrown is 10, and I'm even scared to jump up to a 12.
Damn. He says he purchased an MXL for $60. Wow.
You got a hell of a steal on that. Excuse my French.
Jesus. Yep. This is my first habit, and now I get another HX Raptor speed. Damn, that's awesome, John.
Guy I know, he actually got one from it was the blue LX 6-to-1 from Shark Bait. I think he got it for like $100
Wow.
a few years ago.
Yeah.
I was like, why can't I
Matt,
never find a steal like that? I mean, I find rods and stuff, but geez,
Matt nailed it right there. He says, "No, you stole that one." Hard life.
yeah,
Hard life.
I don't even think stole is the word for that one.
Yeah. Um, oh.
But yeah, you can get lucky. Like I just got I've got it on layaway right now because it was up at the pawn shop. But I had found a Penn International 12H.
Mm-hmm.
It's on a star rod for $200. Can't get parts for it no more, but I did manage to scrounge up some drag parts, so in case I need them. But all I need it for is to catch king.
Well, either way, as a good on farmer, all you have to do is send it back to Avid and tell them to work on it, and they'll fix it from the inside out. So.
Yeah, some companies are good about that, but most companies today, like that's why I kind of fell out of love with. That's why I stay true to USA Pen because, I mean, a lot of these newer reels are made in China, and the parts just aren't made to the same
wireless
quality.
partner.
Hard life. Yeah. Yeah. Who's this? Oh, tell you to call me? Oh yeah, no, I still haven't gotten to him yet, bro. I'm trying to get all this off my shelf and into the walls because I got empty counters over here. So yeah, no, I'm on it, boss. I got you and about four other people that I need to get squared away on the fire drawing balances and stuff like that. All right. Hey, did you get your shipment already? Okay. Well, did I already send you tracking info? All right. Well, let me see if I still have it open. No, I don't. I'll send that right now so that way you can at least know where your reels are at. All right. Later, boss. Okay. All right. Good on, farmer. Yeah, I told him to call me yesterday because I forgot what it was. I forgot what it was for. Let's see. Oh, I hate this setup.
My TLD 20 that I got that I used was actually given to me by a friend of my grandparents. He gave me a TLD 20 on a Penn Power Stick rod, and I still use it today. And I've had it since I was a teenager, a young teenager. I think I just hit like 12, 13.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just hitting my teenage years, and I've had it that long.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
caught some big stingrays on it.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, Matt B, yeah, nailed it. When people get hit hard with life and stuff like that, you can definitely find some great deals. I mean, not for them,
Almost
but
dead.
I mean, yeah, been there. Uh,
Oh, I wish this rain would go
oh,
away, but
there
we
it is.
need it.
Yeah, same here, man. Our lake levels are super low right now. We're supposed to go into stage 3 of drought conditions and stuff like that. So,
Gee,
yeah, but here's the thing, though. Like, they're still not stopping these big corporations from using all the water they want to use, but they're going to make us do it, which is crazy. Like, there's companies
they're
out
paying
there
people off.
that do the car washes and all of that. You know what I mean? They're not. They can still operate freely, whereas the rest of us, we can't even mow our, can't wash our cars, water our lawns, and stuff like that. Like, it's crazy.
Yep.
So, yeah, no, there you go. All right. All right,
Oh yeah.
Jesus. I've got that. And okay. All right, Jesus. I just sent you the tracking info right there. Um, and yes, as soon as I need to get all this off because right now I've got trays everywhere throughout my shop. And instead of on the shelf where, people want to buy a fishing tackle, they come in and don't see it there. And then, it can cost me a lot of money right there. So that's why I'm trying to do this. And then here in a little bit, probably gonna go make me a microwave pizza and eat that, or I think I got some spaghetti and meatballs in there. So, ooh man, oh dude, I should not have done that. Started talking about food, but I guess I'm getting hungry.
Just
So
admit it. We just some fish and fatties. That's all.
the what?
We just some fish and fatties. That's all.
Oh yeah, that was.
Fat boy's got to eat, you know.
Oh, that's without a doubt too. So, but I have noticed that since I had that surgery where they removed my gallbladder, that I've trimmed down a little bit. Like before, I mean, I had like it was like I was more like that. So
Yeah.
I'm starting to slim down some. But I also too started getting back into doing some workout routines. But right now I'm not going too hot and heavy into it because obviously I didn't do it for so long. I don't want to injure myself and then really prolong it. So trying to do workouts that are calisthenics, just using my own body weight against me. So I'm too heavy. So,
If I tried to do calisthenics and all, my muscles would lock up on me and say, "Nope, not today."
yeah. Well, that's why doing calisthenics is good. But you don't really push yourself. You just do enough to where you get tired, and then you just do a bunch more sets throughout the day. You don't try to do, 1,000 push-ups in an hour. You know what I mean? You do 10
Right.
here, 10 there, 10 here, 10 there throughout the day. And then the next time, or a few days later, you do 15. And then if you keep track of all the numbers and work it that way, you know where you're actually improving and stuff like that. So that's how I got up to doing about 2 to 3,000 push-ups in a day, because I started out 10 here, 10 there, and then soon I got up to 20 here, 20 there, and then soon I was doing 100 here, 100 there, and the way I actually set it up when I was doing that while I was in the Marine Corps was every time I needed to go use the restroom, I was doing a full set of push-ups and a full set of pull-ups on the pull-up bar, and so that actually got me to the point where when I did a pull-up competition, I did 230. It was 230 something dead hang pull ups in 2 hours, and that was really really pushing it. I ended up with I had splints in my arm from both sides from pulling the ligament away from the bone and stuff like that. And but
Yeah,
I
I
did
had
not feel.
shin splints once.
Yeah,
That
I
wasn't
didn't.
fun.
Yeah, I didn't feel it at that time, and it was until days later that when I'm starting to recoup, I'm trying to use my arms, I could feel that pain in there and stuff like that too. So yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
used to work out in high school, and I think I was deadlifting like 300 and just over 300 pounds.
wow.
And that was just one time. And that was like my max. Like I didn't even think I could do it, but I mean, I know my legs are strong. I know this is probably the strongest part of my body, but I just went out there, grabbed it, and just straight up. I was like, what? It just kind of blew my mind. But I was deadlifting just like 185 was my bench press.
There you
So
go.
I thought I was doing pretty good, and I didn't even really work out like that either.
Yeah, no,
So every day I
I
used to
did.
say I'd go in the weight room. I'd go in there. I'm not working out today. I'm not working out today, and I'd be in there just pumping iron.
Yeah.
I do that today, and I'd be like, nope, I can't. My shoulder.
All right. Let me see. Give me just a minute, farmer. I'll check on that real quick. Are you making sure you're inputting the number? Because all I did was took a picture of it and sent it to you. Let's see.
I don't think anybody knew he wanted to fish last night until he got that big grin on his face because he got the okay from the wife, like a kid in a candy store.
Yeah, well, she was like, you don't have to call and ask me. I was like, well, I just, it just, I didn't want her to have something planned and I just take off and kill her plans. You know what I mean? So,
Oh yeah.
yeah. Let's
Well, it's
see.
like the best feeling when your spouse gives you the okay and you don't have to fight over it. No, go ahead. Okay. I'll see you when I see you.
Yeah. But last night was dead. I mean, we had a few good pickups, but it was, well, not even a few good pickups. We got a few good pulls, and yeah, it didn't. It was dead last night. But during the day, it was good on during the day. That's why I kind of wanted to go out there today, but I got to get all this done. I got to get this back on my shelf before I can actually do anything. So
Money first, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It has been a steady rain here all day with a strong breeze.
Let's see. USP.
Hey, I got fat fingers too, Matt, so don't feel bad. I can't work my phone half the time because I'm trying to hit one thing and I hit the thing clear on the other side of the screen.
That's one of the things. Like once I go live here, or I'm trying to type it all in, I try to type it all in before I actually get to the phone because the way the holder is set up and all of that, like I'm trying to touch the edge of the screen and it's
Yeah.
not. Yeah, it doesn't work. So give me a second.
Where am I located, Matt? I'm in North Carolina. Home state of Ryan. Dude,
Hold on. Let's see.
seems like we're getting a lot of North Carolina boys in here.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys on the East Coast from on the channel for sure. So, um,
And especially those distance casters. Always thought about it, but I was like, uh, I don't have the time, or it's not necessarily the time. I just don't necessarily have the room and availability to get out there and do it.
let's see, let's see. 9-2. Nope.
I've
Why is
been
it
through
putting that?
Kentucky several times. I used to drive trucks, so I've been all over the world. Well, United States anyway. I've been down there in Texas, been down in Laredo, uh, Houston, California. I've been all over.
What?
Now I will tell you, the best tacos I ever had was on the border.
That what? What was
The
that?
best tacos I ever had was on the border down there in Laredo.
It's not giving me. It's not. Man, I'm trying to copy it, and it's saying it's copied, but it's not doing it.
Computers are aggravating. I find that
Oh,
out all the
it's
time
being
on
a
mine.
pain. It's letting me copy it, or it's telling me it's copying it, and it's not. There it goes. Let me copy it that way. Copy. Okay. Now let's go over here. Paste. It's still not. What the hell? What's going on here? Alright, so I'm just going to type it in from the.
Oh, I know what you mean, Night Hunter. Last season, I had to ride with people um, and down to the coast and all, and I just don't get to go as much as I wish. I was ready to hit it, feet hit the ground running last season, but I only got to go 4 or 5 times.
All right, so I don't know what's going on in that one, Jesus, but it did ship. I just don't know why it's not giving us any tracking info. So let me see. Hold on real quick. Let's see. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to contact them. It already shipped. It says shipped. Which means it's on its way. It doesn't mean that you've already received it, but
What's up, FTW?
Actually, I'm gonna do something real quick. Um, Jeff. He actually works. He's a supervisor at the U.S. Post, the USPS here. So I'm gonna. But it's telling. I sent it to him because he's a supervisor there. See if he can get me tracking info there, because obviously, being a supervisor, he's got special privileges there. So, give me a second, Jesus. I'm
Hey,
being pretty
John, my
responsive.
channel Slime Time Fishing and Real Service. But my name is Ben, by the way.
Call from Kingsville TX.
Hard life. Hard life. Very busy. What can I do for you? Government subsidy health insurance is what he's trying to help me with. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, and also, too, I need to check the numbers from last night. I didn't check on the lotto. I don't know if it got one or not, but I didn't. I was I was so tired when I got home. Showered. I didn't even eat. I actually went to bed. All right, he's typing something. Uh,
The mail service has been crap up here. It's like I have my drags coming in for my international, and it said it'd been out for delivery all day. And mail it says before by 5:30. It didn't show up till after 6 o'clock. And he drove down and had to turn around and come back because he didn't put the package in the mailbox. So I'm like, it's the same guy I've called on numerous times because I've had mail not show up, packages not show up, and I'm just getting really tired of it.
this is weird. Hold on. Oh, that's probably what it was. Okay, I think I figured
I
it
had
out.
that problem all year long.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. Okay, hold on. When I went to this page over here, it doesn't give the full tracking number. It only gave partial, but it looked like the whole tracking number. So, hold on.
Them tracking numbers can be aggravating.
Well, no, and basically when I zoomed in on it, it didn't give the first four numbers. It only gave the last set of numbers. So I was missing the first four too. That's why it. Okay, okay, I got it now. Hold on. That's why I was having trouble. And yes. All right, so
We'll leave the shipping headache to the master over here.
you what?
I said we'll leave the shipping madness to the master over here.
Well, I just now saw it because he said that it was missing maybe a number two, and so when I went back, I just now saw it because Jesus on. I just sent you the. Actually, I'm gonna send that to you right now. There's the tracking number. It was missing the first five numbers. That's why it wasn't showing that tracking number because I saw a nine and a nine. Yeah, my bad. My bad. And anybody else too, if y'all got the tracking numbers, um, and you can't track it, let me know. I probably did the same thing, or it probably did the same thing with you as well. So my bad, guys, but it's there. Yeah, no, it's on its way 30 in San Antonio right now. So um, it will depart San Antonio today, or it already departed, and it's in transit to its destination. So yeah. He got there this morning at or left San Antonio at 6:47 this morning. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, there you go, guys. What's up, Fever? How you
Yeah, what's
doing?
up, Peter?
Oh man. Well, that had me worried there for a minute. As soon I was like, hold on, something ain't working right. But yeah, thank you, Jeff. Thank you. So, uh, simple little mistakes like that can just throw a curveball at you for sure. So,
Oh, something like that'd be driving me nuts trying to figure it out. It'd be racking my brain constantly.
yeah. Well, again, too, man. So, again, on your videos, boss, get that cheap Walmart special tripod is like 38 bucks or something like that. And you can use it to put your camera right over your gear, and that way you can do your videos. And there's multiple people on here that were talking about that they would have watched real cleanings like that because a lot of people it's soothing. You know, it's
Oh
that
yeah,
ASMR deal. You know what I mean? So
there is one channel, and that's pretty much where I've learned all my stuff from, called Second Chance Tackle. He's out of New Jersey, and that's my go-to guy for pin reels. I mean, he's very thorough. I mean, some videos I've had to watch on other people just to find where one little spring or something would go, but that's because he didn't have the right angle on it. But other than that, I mean, for the most part, I mean, he's my go-to. So if you ever want to check him out as well. He also accepts reels as well in the mail. He's got guys that send him reels just to do videos on because nobody has videos on. So,
yeah, and
another
and
channel I support.
and I wanted to touch on something else too. And you were saying that Penn, the reason you stick with Penn is because it's an American-made product and stuff like that. For a time there, they were being sent overseas. The pens were manufactured over there and being brought over here, but they fell back on the deal. That's why they were supposed to send their internationals over there too. The deal fell through; it didn't go through. So those Chinese companies were making the pen reels or other reels on the market that resembled pins because they had already gotten all the information. They were supposed to start doing it, and they didn't go through with it. Now
Yeah.
the Avid reels have always been here in the States. They're actually manufactured in California. So
Right. Yeah, I've
they
actually
do
seen a video.
everything there. So just a heads up on that.
Yeah, I
That's
did
one of the
see the
things that,
video where a guy took a tour of the factory and all. So yeah, I did see that.
yeah.
I just heard through some other shops that I've talked to or real service places, they're like, yeah, the parts are hard to get. They're just a pain to work on, or you can't get parts for them. This, that, and the other. So a lot of people kind of tended to stay away from them.
Well, I'm going to be brutally honest with that. That's why I don't work on them here. I send them to them, and then they tell me how much to pay. I pay them, and it's pretty quick. Normally, it's actually faster going that way to send the real parts or the reels to them to have them do it than it is for us to do here in the shop.
Right.
You
Well, I
know,
mean, some people can afford that to send them and ship them out and stuff like that. And then you got guys that, like me, I just like to typically work on them just because it gives me something to do with my hands.
yeah.
Uh, and it's really not all that complicated. It's kind of like a car in a way, but it's just a lot smaller and you don't have all the pistons and this and that. I mean, it's just all kind of compact, kind of like a watch, but on steroids.
Roger that. Well, I'm glad you were able to get your stuff there or get it sorted there quickly, Jesus. That one really had me going there for a minute. I was like, oh, hold on, that's not right, you know. But, so at least now I know if somebody tells me, hey, the information ain't there or whatever, now I know what's wrong. So,
Right.
but yeah, I'm almost. Well, just to give you an idea, I'm almost halfway done with that bin, and it's already filled up that bin.
Mhm.
So, but yeah, well,
I
what were we gonna say?
I've seen people make molds for their weights out of wood, like 4x4 pieces and stuff. They'll kind of drill it. They'll take two pieces, sandwich them together, drill it out, and for their mold and stuff like that. I've seen them do that as well for making molds at home and stuff.
Seen
They don't
that.
come out as pretty either.
I've seen them use the tire iron. You know, the square, the star.
Uh,
They'll use that, and they'll use the different ends of it to create different size weights because they're different sizes. You know, and diameters on them and stuff like that. So they actually make you different size weights that way. I did that for a little bit, but I I grew too fast, and so I had to actually get custom molds done. Hard life.
yeah, Night Hunter. If
Hard life.
you learn to work on your own stuff, it'll save you a ton of money in the long run. But some
Very
people
busy.
just don't have the patience or anything to do it.
Yeah. No, I building one weight at a time. I cannot do that. Like my
Yeah.
big mold now, I can do I think 117 surf weights at one time. So yeah, it cost a pretty penny too. After everything was said and done, I think we're about $3,800 invested into that mold.
I mean, anything you do pretty much is going to cost some big money with all the shark fishing and everything. Go big or go home.
And a lot of times I just got there, so I'm not interested in going home. Yeah. So.
Nut up or shut up.
Yeah, I've seen that too, where they do copper tubing. You know, they stuff all the
Yeah,
wires in and then pour the copper into the tubing and just leave the tubing there. But after I've seen how much copper goes for, I'm like,
yeah, copper is just expensive now.
Yep. I mean, unless you're getting it for free and it's used and you know it don't matter. But again, too, man, I could turn around and sell that and pay to make more weights. You know what I mean? So
I mean, metal cost over here is so down. I think it's like I don't even know what it is, but it's like really, really low.
what's that?
The price of steel and everything over here, it's just like really low. I
Mm.
mean, you can sell a car, a whole, like an old '92 Cutlass Sierra. It's all metal and only get maybe 150 bucks for it for the whole
Yeah,
car for scrap. It's just it's horrible here.
yeah, because it's just scrap. But if you part it out, you should get a
Yeah,
lot more. But that's also investing the time to make that happen and stuff like that. So definitely, you know, it's like everything else. You invest your time to make it happen, it can definitely pay dividends in the long run and stuff like that too. So
it's just scrap metal over here. I mean, even the people that do the scrap scavenging around here, I don't know how they make any kind of money off of it because you need so much weight just to even get 30 bucks.
well, it also depends on the materials that you're getting. Because I
Yeah.
used to, as a kid, I used to walk around collecting copper and aluminum, and
Mm,
I found out that copper was a higher yield on it. So I stuck
yeah.
with just getting nothing but copper, and I wouldn't even mess with the cans anymore. And with copper, I'd walk away with several $100s in my pocket after walking over there with whatever I could carry. So, and I would do that 3 or 4 times a day. So I was, shoot, for a 12-year-old, I was making bank. Like I was made stupid money for a 12 year
Oh
old,
yeah.
you know, doing it on my own. And again, too, that was back when, you know, your parents left in the morning, go to work, and it was summertime, and you were pretty much on your own vices until they got home, kind of deal. Or the street lights came on, and if you weren't home by then, you needed to get your butt home. So,
Right.
yeah. And now it's like they barely want to cross the street, kind of deal. So,
Our kids want to stay out and party till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning or something like that. It's just I don't know what is going on. I guess today's day and age has changed. I'm more of an old soul, I guess you'd say, because I mean I'm more to kind of stay at home, stay to myself. Like nowadays, it's just I don't get how people act nowadays. That's why I don't go out, because you never know how somebody's going to react or act towards you or something like that. I mean, people out here are just crazy.
I'll tell you what, man. A lot of us grew up with the belt, the switch, the chancla, and all of that, which got me to have a lot of respect. You know what I mean? A lot of the kids nowadays, you can't even tell them no because then they lose their freaking mind. Like I so David, I'm gonna send you the first five numbers. That way, you can add that on because what I noticed with Jesus when I put it over to that other deal, it didn't give me the first five numbers. So give me just a second. Uh, 92055. 920. So add the 92055 to whatever I already sent you, and that should get you your tracking number. Damn. that, that is a first. Like, I don't remember having this problem, but I don't know. Like I said, they updated something, and now I'm not seeing the whole deal. So,
Technology, it's something that we got to live with, but at the same token, it's not always the best option.
yeah, no ideas. No joke on that, right? Hmm.
I love my technology to a point, but then again, there's a point where it's too much. Like
Yeah.
all this online currency we're trying to go to, and this and that. Nobody wants to do that because I mean it's just so easy for it to be hacked or stolen from, and you'd never even know it.
Do you hear about the one guy that I think he accidentally threw away his laptop, or his girlfriend threw away his laptop, and it had like $10 million of crypto in it, like
Uh
because of
oh, I
the
don't.
password or whatever. So yeah, that he'd been going out to the local dump to find where that computer is at or whatever, and yeah, and they
Oh,
still haven't found it. So
that. I bet he's crying.
jeez, yeah.
$10 million in crypto.
It was
That's
either a million or 10 million, but yeah, they
either
and
way.
from,
That's still a lot.
yeah, $10,000 would happen. Like I mean, but yeah, that was one of the things that's scary. Like if you lose that actual information, then you're kind of done, you know. So
Nuts.
there you go. Toby's she tossed the laptop with his key on it. Dang it. Or so she says. Maybe she knew about the crypto and so she threw it away.
Yeah, she got that stuff. That's what she did.
Yeah.
Well, we'll
So,
know we'll be hearing about a divorce here shortly.
yeah, what?
I said, we'll know we'll be hearing about a divorce shortly.
Oh, with him. Yeah, no doubt on that. So, yeah, because he said he went out trying to find it that day or whatever. But again, too, who's also to say that whoever got, maybe was throwing the trash, saw the laptop and maybe picked it out of the trash. You know what I mean? So, like, God, there's
Sounds like
so
some kind of foul play.
there's well, I mean, it's not foul play when somebody's dumpster diving and they find something. You know what I mean? It's just thrown in there.
But
But
his
yes,
wife
foul
could
play.
have done something with it or gave it to somebody. You just never know. So there could be foul play, or it may not be. You just don't know.
Yeah, night hunter. If I can't hold it, I don't want nothing to do with it. Pretty much. So, yeah. Let's see. But
I mean, it's like PayPal. PayPal is even trying to hit people's accounts for trying to get people's PIN numbers to their bank accounts. That just happened to my mom the other last week or something. PayPal tried to hit her tried to contact her bank to get her PIN number directly to her bank account.
So I don't know if you were part of the channel then, but years ago when I was actually dealing with PayPal, it got hacked and they transferred in like $10,000 in like 15 minutes. And then like 5 minutes later, it was gone. Like it went and then gone. And I was like, what the hell? Like, I thought I was getting sales. Like, all right, with cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. I was like, yes, finally, like it's happening, it's happening. And then I was like trying to find the information on it, and then it was gone. I was like, what the hell? So that's when I called PayPal. I was like, what just happened? Like, I had these sales coming in, but like I know I had money in there, but now it's all gone. Like, you know? And so they went through, they locked the account, they figured out, and oh, okay, everything's good now, but change your password. So I had to go through, change every password that I had at the time, just as a precautionary measure. And then like a week later, it happened again. I was like, Jesus, what are y'all going to do? So I was like, oh, we're going to do more investigating, da-da-da. And then like, you know, I changed my accounts all over again. And then it was like 2 weeks later again, it happened again. I was like, okay, I'm done. Like, figure out how much money I'm supposed to have in there because I know I had some sales. It's supposed to be like $1,000. And, you know, give me that back and close the account. Like, I'm done. Like, if y'all can't keep me from getting hacked, dude, I don't want to be some kind of in the middle of you know, some kind of money fraudulent scheme or something like that. So I shut down that PayPal and I never went back. And that was probably 8 to 10 years ago at least. And yeah, I was not having it. I was
Yeah,
scary, scary
some
right there.
places, like even if you do like deals or something, like through Facebook or whatever. I mean, a lot of these places, there are people still want you to use PayPal, and it's just because I guess it's kind of the way like eBay works. It has that guarantee refund or whatever, but I won't use it just because it's too much of a headache to use
Yeah.
PayPal.
Hey, Peter. Yeah, I could throw down making some crawfish. I got some videos on my channel cooking for my guys here and my family's doing crawfish boils
I haven't.
and stuff like that. We got eggs, blue crab. Shoot, I've even done lobster in there and stuff like that. So,
I haven't
yeah.
done a seafood roll or anything, or crawfish or anything like that in a long while.
Oh, I get too antsy. I need it. I need it in my blood.
Yeah, we need that salt. That's what we crave.
Yeah. No, that, you know, besides the saltwater fishing, I definitely need to be able to get it in the system for sure. I do love cooking jumbo shrimp though, man. It's real nice. Um, mhm.
Man, I smoked some stingray one time and turned it into a dip, kind of like king mackerel. Oh, that was good. I
See, now,
took.
you know, stingray, you can make scallops out of that as well,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Really, really good too.
Oh yeah. What I did was I took and filleted the wings out, and then I took some of it and put it on the smoker, and then I cubed some of them up and fried them. And then I basically made a po' boy sandwich. Kind of, I just took the fried fish, and then I just took the fried stingray, and then I put the dip over the top of it. And that's basically how we ate it. It's actually pretty good. Took just regular like Duke's mayonnaise and some. We got a hot dog place up here called Paul's Relish up by the coast, and it's been in business since I know for 50 years at least. And I mixed some of that relish in there, and it was just amazing.
That's some surf weights for you right there.
I mean, we've only been in here an hour and a half, and you've just done pushed out how much? At least 2 trays.
No, 1, 2, 3, 4 trays.
Yeah.
Yep. And then too, when I find that they're not completely level, I actually have a pair of cutters here.
Yeah.
See that?
To make it. I'm picky about that too. I've noticed I do that when I buy my weights. I look at them, and they won't be level, and if they're not very much, I usually won't worry about it. But if I notice there's a big gap or something, I'll typically just cut them to lean.
Yeah, no, when I get done, they gotta be straight,
Yeah.
you know. So.
Now instead of tape, I know that some places like these here use heat shrinking. They just like put a
Mhm.
little bit of heat shrink tube and heat it. It kind of keeps everything together too.
Yeah, you can do that as well. It's just I'm sitting there. You have to with that you would have to plan it up and pre-do them. But I
Yeah.
actually did one time. I was like I put them all on there and I rigged them all up and then I sat there with the torch and burned them and just like I think that was a lot more expensive. A lot more
Yeah, the
expensive
heat
for me.
shrinking too could probably get expensive. Yeah.
Yeah, because I spend $2 and I get 1,000 1,300 inches for $2. Yeah, you're not getting heat shrink for that much. See, yeah, that if you got 1,300 inches of heat shrink, man, it would be yeah.
But I guess they're doing those on more of like a machine type deal too.
It could be, but again, too, if they're still running on a machine and it's doing it, that material is still a lot more
Yeah.
expensive and a whole extra step. Whereas, you know, I just started doing this like, a couple of minutes ago, and I already got that many done.
Yeah. But I mean, it's probably the machine probably helps out with the speed on it at least.
Oh, without a doubt, they're probably fast as hell doing it for sure. But I don't have a machine. Now I'm willing to
Running
take
power here.
donations. I'm willing to take donations. If you want to start to go fund me directly, hey, I will not hesitate to take a
I mean,
machine
I'll take a
that will
GoFundMe.
produce my
I'll
weight.
start up a GoFundMe to get me a spooling machine because them things is outrageous.
That they are. Yes, they are, and they only went up in price.
Yeah, 'cause, I
Now
mean,
they're like,
even the used ones, you can't even get one under $1,000. I've heard.
yep, yep.
Like, jeez, I'll keep my hands spooling for now, but that's getting tiring.
Oh, that's without a doubt right there. So, yeah, for a little bit there, I thought about getting into rod building, but yeah, I don't have the time or the. I mean, I've got plenty of people willing to teach me.
Too
I don't
tedious
have
for
the
me.
time.
Too tedious
I
for
barely,
me.
yeah, barely keeping up with what I got going on now. And you want to go into rod building? Nah, I'm good. I'm golden.
To me, it's way too tedious just trying to get all the right everything just lined up properly, this and that. It drives me mad.
Yeah, no, it gets up there pretty quick on time consumption and everything else. And
Oh yeah,
and Toby, thank you for the heads up on the time there on the video. Yeah, I was kind of seeing how long.
yeah. Because I
Uh,
mean, me and you've been sitting on here for an hour and a half.
already? Wow.
Yeah, time flies.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, but again, too, you're right. As long as you stay busy, the product will be there. But if you're
Right.
sitting there taking your time doing it, then you're taking your time and you're not being productive. But I tell you what, that coffee hit the spot. I haven't yawned since.
Coffee puts me to sleep.
See, my wife can do that. She can drink coffee 3 o'clock in the morning, go right to bed 5 minutes later, and I'm like, I'll be tossing and turning. Nope. Yep. So I'm definitely gonna keep. I got one more tray of surf weights to do, but that one I think only got like 50 or 60 weight on it. This one's the one that was the mother load of the whole deal. And then I got to go put them on the scale and start weighing them out because we actually we hand pour all of these, so I got to ensure
Right.
every weight is supposed to be where it's at. Because right here you can see there's probably a 3 and a 4 ounce right there. So
Right. I thought
yeah,
about getting into pour my own weights just because it's gotten so outrageous with the prices around here. But I mean, even to get the steel wire on top of it, I mean, what I've heard used is that the steel welding rods, and those aren't that cheap either.
I don't know why that happened. Okay. Well, again, like I was saying, if you have your DBA for doing business and a reseller's tax ID or whatever, I can get you set up as a dealer, in your area, so that way you can buy surf weights at dealer pricing. So that way that'll save you money, and you can start selling my gear,
Yeah,
and it'll be
I'm gonna have to look into that. I'm still new to the whole aspect of everything. I'm trying to learn it all just pretty much in small increments because the way my brain processes is it's a little bit different. Like if I try to take on too much, I get overwhelmed with it, and I don't want to mess with it no more. So I try to take it as a pace, and a lot of people don't understand that.
Call
I'm like, well,
from
if you throw too much at me with one time, I'm
CX.
just going to give up. And I'm done with it.
hard life. Oh man, they
Yeah,
just don't. They
we'll
don't.
get further on that, and then that way you can help me get all that set up and everything. Yeah, because I mean, I do want to start possibly even selling like hand-tied king rigs and stuff. Because I mean, you get the store-bought ones, and yeah, they're all right, but I mean, typically you want something that's done by somebody that does it on a daily or whatever, because you trust it a little bit more. And it's not only that; it's the pride and everything, and just we try to support more local businesses and small businesses than we do franchise businesses. Yeah, they're a good necessity to have, but I mean they're also taken out of from a lot of families.
Yeah. Well, just to give you an idea, that's the first 2 rows, and I'm offsetting them like that because if I try to just single stack them, it'll topple over, and I won't be able to get an accurate count. But right here, I got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 2, 34, 36, 38, 42, 44, 45. 45 surf weights in that right there. And I only took the weights that were right here in front. That's it, out of there. And I guess y'all heard the phone beeping over here, but I'm getting tired of those spam callers, man. There's got to be something to be done because they waste our time all day, every
Dude,
day. They're taking our business time away from us. And
and from a business standpoint, we have to answer our phones because if we don't, then we miss all the business. And then it's like I'm bad for having my phone on silent just because I don't like hearing it go off. But it kind of it's but most of the time it's spam calls calling me, so I just leave it off on silent.
yeah, no doubt. Let's see. I wanted to get in rod building. No, have the time, but not the funds. Yeah, and getting into rod building too. That's another one too. I'm not even into rod building. I'm just trying to supply the parts, and it has been a very trying and expensive endeavor. I've probably spent in the last 3 years alone. I've probably spent about 50,000 on parts, rod blanks, uh, reel seats, guides, foams, glue, grips. Yeah, it's been insane. It has been a real insane deal, and obviously, yes, I'm pretty much selling them as fast as I can get them built, but that's also the drawback too. Like, I'm totally reliant upon my rod builders to make a product for me that I can turn around and sell. And if they're not pulling them out in a timely form because one, they're working or they're sick or something's going on, I'm at their mercy basically.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, rod building's a whole different beast. I mean, I love to sit there and I could look at rods, old school rods for days, just on the old patterns and this and that. And back then, they didn't have all these motorized machines and dryers and everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I know guys that made their own out of like the old rotisserie ovens and stuff like that would sit there and slowly spin up the gear. I know guys that actually built their own using that kind of deal.
See,
So
you need to have some engineering background to do that.
I saw one guy use another rotisserie deal for a sail line, but he also built it to where it had a worm guide, so it would line up his line for him. All they do is turn it on, and I'll just sit there and watch it, and it would line up his line for him. He didn't have to sit there and do it, but he would sit there with the switch just in case he had to stop, and he would stop that way. So yeah.
I mean, it's crazy what people come up with.
Yeah.
I just don't have the know-how or the brain capacity to be able to just make up something like that.
Yeah, I did my cell line, my new setup. That one took some figuring out, and sometimes I got overwhelmed with it too. But I was relentless on my pursuit to find a way to set up a cell line for people to be able to go out there and use with the motor and all of that, and be more compact compared to the old style with a lot of wood and the windshield wiper motor, and then there's a lot of things I didn't like about it. But again, too, that's the way I was taught as a young man into fishing and stuff. So yeah, it definitely does change.
Oh yeah.
Let's see, get into the tools. So, Night Hunter, where are you out of, boss? I know you've said it, but I'm asking again. I got real short term memory.
Mudhole has all the rod building stuff, the components, all there readily available. And they're based out of Florida, and I know that's where a lot of guys get their gear from it for building and stuff like that.
And what was that place called again?
Mudhole,
Oh yeah,
I think it's mudholetackle.com.
yeah. Mudhole's one of them. Batson Enterprises is another one. They have all kinds of stuff. And to be honest, I've dealt with the guys, and I actually met the owner of Batson Enterprises. Very very down to earth, cool dude, and you see it. That's when you know you're dealing with a real person, because not only was he there and able to sit down and talk with them, but you saw the amount of love that he gets from all his workers out there. They were out there days on end on their feet doing the fishing expo and stuff like that, and it was amazing. Like it was a tight knit family of workers, and dude, that really caught my eye on that and stuff like that. And as a business owner, that's what I want. I want to be able to have my workers be that close. Like, hey, I know they're gonna watch my back when I'm not looking, and they're gonna take care of me. And I want to do the same. I want to make sure that they are taken care of, that they are getting everything that they want and need. That it just we hit the speed bumps. You know what I mean? So, but it's life. Can't let it stop you. That's for sure.
Yeah, I wish there were a lot more shops up around this area, but all we have where I'm at is just like Academy or Dick's. That's pretty much, or Walmart. That's all we got. I mean, we have one place. They used to sell a lot of offshore tackle. They used to spool up reels, but they had a change of ownership, and they no longer spool up reels. They don't have as much gear anymore. They just mainly sell John boats.
Yeah, no, I've seen throughout the years where companies have, started out big and then just, didn't make it through and stuff like that. Like I know when I did, we got taken out by the oil field when the president sit there and they shut down the oil field and 95% of our clientele is oil field. It just, God, they wreck it. So that's why I'm real excited, man, that Trump's back in office. Oh
Yeah,
my God, I'm so
I'm glad
excited.
too, because I mean, it's ridiculous. And I mean, I got into well, it wasn't really an argument, but it was a conversation about it. Like the president, I don't even know how we got on the subject, but it's like we've had more jobs than all since Biden's been in office, and I'm like, where? I mean, it's been hard for me, and I live in a military town, and I can't. It's hard for me to get a job. That's why I'm
Yeah.
just trying to focus on, trying to build up my own business because, I mean, I don't work well with many other people as it is. If I get frustrated, I speak out instead of holding it in because it's just the way my brain processes. I don't hold it in or anything. I just talk.
Yeah,
So I
no
tend to
doubt.
maybe try to stay to myself. That's why I try to work by myself and stuff like that because I'm more productive that way as well. I don't have to. I'm not getting slowed down or anything like that. I can just do it. Not have to worry about
Roger that. Yes, sir. Well,
it.
about I'd say I'm about halfway done with this tray, taping it, and once I get all the way done with this one, the last tray ain't gonna take me that long. This is definitely the one that took me the longest for sure. So, oh
Yeah, I
man,
need to get me some more wire. I've got a bunch of piano wire, but I just need to get some more 7 strand to make up some more rigs, and I haven't ordered none yet.
damn. And actually, I hadn't used 7 strand wire for any of my king rigs in a long time. Um, but that is a pretty good idea because again, too, you can go lighter with that size of
Mhm.
cable, make the leaders, and also too, uh, you can tie it, but at the same time, I have crimps where I
Right.
can crimp it and basically make it to where I can do mass production on that so my workers can make the kingfish rigs. Because
Yeah.
dude, I
And
all
the thing about the 7 strand is your bite's not fighting to swim either. That the 7 strand is so much more flexible that it gives it more of a natural reaction in the water. You put that piano wire on there and it's stiff gauge and they can't really move naturally. So it kind of helps out in that aspect as well. I mean, I've got a buddy who's been fishing for kings for years, and he swears by the single strand. He says that the kings will cut through that 7 strand, but I mean, if a king gets it right there in his back corner of his jaw, he's going to cut through it no matter what. That thing is like a pair of dikes. It's going to snap it.
wow. So
And
you've
it's
actually lost
usually,
kings on the cable that they've been through.
well,
Wow.
the like I've seen it on videos and stuff. Like if you like, there was a video where the guy literally took the cable and just put it up to a kingfish's mouth, and he put it in that back jaw, in the back corner of the jaw, and it was cutting
Yeah.
everything. It was just cutting it like a pair of dikes. That's just that's just because where all their power is right there in that hinge. Once they bite down, it's just instant cut. So I mean, regardless if you get a kingfish, whether it be mono 7 strand piano wire, I mean, it can cut you off if it gets it right there in that corner. That's why we use. That's why circle hooks are good. But I mean, people run mono doing that all the time. I see it, and they're still landing fish with just a 3/0 circle hook and mono, and I'm like, a kingfish on that, huh? But I mean, it can be done. It just all depends on how that kingfish bites. Like I know with our stinger rigs, they miss. They're usually not hooked in the mouth. They're usually hooked in the side of the head, the jaw plate, or the side of the body, foul hooks, most of the time. So they're barely hooked. But
Yeah.
because, I mean, a king is instinct. When they come in, they're thrashing hot and heavy. I mean, they're coming in, clip the end of the bait off, and then they'll point. Usually, that's what their tactic is. They'll come up, snip the end of the bait, take the propeller off, come back around and hit it. But that's why we run stingers, and so usually they don't have a chance to miss the rig at all on the first strike.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've landed cobia, tarpon, bonita, barracuda, redfish, shark, Spanish, all on my kingfish rig setups right there. So yeah.
Oh yeah, you can catch a numerous bunch of rigs. I mean, we catch which I'm still trying to catch something on the king end. I haven't caught nothing since I've started, but I guess that's because I took about a 5-year break, and then I just got back into it last year. And it's super shallow up there, and they dredged the beach last year and threw all the sand on the beach. It was only like 15 feet deep at high tide.
Wow.
It's nuts. And it's
Well,
just sand out there.
1,300 inches is gone, and I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 24, 26, 25 surf weights that there's been to do, but
Oh yeah, got to start somewhere.
uh,
That's for sure.
let's see. And actually, I think I might have finished a few more of those if I hadn't used the tape to tape that box earlier.
But yeah, up here we catch tarpon, jack crevalle, Spanish, kings, barracudas. I mean, we pretty much get the whole line up here as well. I mean, which now now that fish that was caught yesterday off of Ocean Isle Beach was 102.5 inches for a bluefin tuna in 18 feet of water.
Dang it. 18 foot of water?
18 foot of water off of Ocean Isle Beach. They could still see land, but they were like a mile, 2 miles offshore, and it was only 18 feet deep. It's very shallow here in the Carolinas.
Wow.
But I've never seen them that far south. We see them up around Callow, Hatteras, OBX. Most of the guys go out of Oregon Inlet, especially Wicked Tuna. Those guys, they go out of Oregon Inlet, and, that's mostly where the bluefin tuna is. And these guys weren't even bluefin tuna fishing that day, yesterday. They were pretty much at the end of they were actually at the end of their day, had one live bait left in the tank, and that's what they hooked into. It was nuts.
Jeez. So were they in a tournament or what?
I don't think they were in a tournament. They had done some offshore fishing yesterday, and then I think they ran in, and they still had some live bait. They were down to the last bait, and they had it out there, and they weren't even tuna fishing at all, and that's what hooked up. Luckily,
That is,
luckily it was on a Tiagra reel, I believe, because they'd have been in trouble.
wow.
But that's at least 102.5 inch bluefin. I believe it was about 350, 400 pounds.
Golly. And
If
that
my
is
math is
straight
right.
that's straight commercial size right there too, man.
Oh yeah,
That
they took it up to the and I think the boat that caught it, their business just the pelagic hunter. I think it's the same boat that caught it. Their business just caught fire like last week or the week before it burnt to the ground.
oh man.
They lost their whole shop.
Jeez.
And then they turn around and catch that yesterday. That's crazy.
That's a blessing right there. I mean, hey,
Oh yeah.
after something like that to catch that just tells you, hey, stick with it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
A lot of people would throw their hands up at that point and be like, okay, that's done. So
Yeah,
yeah.
they're out by the Topsail Beach, North Topsail, I believe.
Uh huh.
They drove all the way down to Ocean Isle Beach, down the beach, and caught that thing, and it's just, I couldn't believe it. My buddy, he called me, and I thought he was on the boat the way he was acting. He's like, "Bro, you looking at the fishing, bro, the pages?" He's like, "But if somebody got at first he said a blue marlin," and I'm like, in 18 feet of water, and I'm like, "What are you smoking, bud? You need to put your pipe down, something." And then I look at it as a big old bluefin tuna. I'm like, well, now that's a different story because they've been known to catch them up in OBX, like 100 miles off the beach or 100 yards off the beach. They've been known to catch them. It's insane.
Wow. Yep. No, it's fishing at the end of the day, boss. Those fish will do what they want to do when they want to do it, kind of deal, you know. And
Well,
try
definitely.
try to keep up with how they're doing it so you can target in on them. But some that don't matter. 5, 10,
I
15,
mean, to not even be geared
20,
up or fishing for it and to still catch it is just.
23, 20,
I think they may have been out Yahoo or Wahoo fishing or something that day because they still had their Tiagras. So
20. So this one's got 23 times 4 plus
a lot of weeks.
1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 23 times 3. 3.
It's kind of what I'm trying to do, Night Hunter. You know, fishing's always been my first love since I was a knee high to a grasshopper.
So I got 167 either 3 to 4 ounce surf weights in this bin right now. Yeah.
I don't know if a 3 or 4 ounce will do me much good, but you can go ahead and box them up for me.
Right. Hey, these will work. These will work. That's for sure.
I mean, like I say, up here, you know, I'm on the pier and I'm using a 1 to 2 ounce weight and holding bottom. So only time I would need those is if I was fishing for drum out there in the heavy waves or something. But usually, if it's heavy wind, I'm gonna throw a lot heavier weight.
Yeah. Now it's 4 bins right there. And here's the fifth and last one. This one's got 5 and
3,000
6.
for what, Robert?
5 and 6 ounce surf weights right here on this one is the fifth and last one for surf weights. I got 3 bins of regular weights to do, but I think after I'm done with this, might break for lunch break. So I can't believe we went through a few times of talking about food and like.
I haven't eaten myself today either yet. No, it's kind of working on me.
Yeah. Not even outdoor gear, but getting started. Yeah. Well, again, guys, I mean, I'm putting this out there to anybody watching the channel, guys. If y'all are interested in selling fishing tackle and can provide all those documents that are required for me to ask before I can release, obviously, dealer pricing and stuff like that, we can, I can supply you. I've got leaders, weights, surf weights, got the knowledge to help you sell it. Then I've also got the advertisement to help you get the word out there as well. So, you know, I'm definitely game, guys. I want to expand. I want to grow. I want to get my tackle into more areas to really show them the two difference. And I'd like to see y'all's when you go out to the pier and take one of my surf weights out there and throw it and compare it to what everybody else is using. It's going to be a whole different monster, boss, for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean everybody out here they use different kinds of weights. I mean I had lost quite a few anchors just because dummies out there on the pier. You know, they've been doing it for a while, but you know, guy had a shark on, and I guess he tangled up all the lines, and he could have done something different. But when he grabbed my line popped. So I was losing anchors left and right out there all year, and so just for these to grab on a fly, you know, grab a couple of them for it's really cheap. I mean, they do it justice. I mean, and so I couldn't knock it there. I mean, just for the availability that I could get, because you look at king anchors up here, they're usually selling them. I mean, 6 ounce, you usually paying about $7.50 for a 6 ounce anchor.
7.5.
Seven and like I know the Pier House now they'll sell them for like $10 a piece.
Oh my
That's what
God.
I'm saying. Over here, they are just ripping us off. I'm like, come on, people.
But
Like, I know
but but
lead
but
prices and everything else, but
again, too, how much are they being sold to them for? You know what I mean? I know they're
right.
about making money and stuff like that, but dude, you can buy mine at retail and still go sell them over there cheaper than what they're selling.
Mhm. Oh, I know. I don't understand what the world's going on over here. Like, a lot of our prices out here are just they don't make sense. Like our gas prices fluctuate. I mean, they're probably cheaper than what they are down there, but I mean, it usually stays around 320, somewhere around there for pricing for gas.
Wow.
Sometimes it drops to like 280, but I mean, we have big fluctuations over here.
Right on. Yeah. Yeah. No, for
I'd love
sure.
to have a boat, but daggone, just the price to keep that baby fueled.
Yeah. No, I've had a few guys in California actually contact me because the price I sold my weights for, he was like, "Dude, are you serious?" I'm like, "Yeah, like we can get you on there." But the only bad thing is, the only thing that worries me about California is they have their lead laws and all of that, and everything's got to be. And dude, that's the only thing
Yeah,
that worries me is they have you like down here. We're not required to put that it contains lead and it has all those parameters on there. And if it's
everything in the state of California causes cancer, don't
yeah,
you know? It's like it's legal on everything we buy, and I'm like, all this stuff can't be hurting us as bad as y'all are saying it is. What's really going on?
yeah,
I just
that's the only thing that scares me about dealing with anything going to California kind of deal. Like, yeah.
hate this.
Here's some highway robbery. A local shop near me sells one per ounce. Sorry, but I ain't paying $8 for. Golly, yeah.
They do that. So there's a local place here, Deep Creek Outfitters. They're a big catfish spot, and they hold a lot of tournaments and stuff. And I mean, I think I don't even remember what I paid for my 8 ounces when I bought them up there, but I think I may have got 4 or 5 lead things of lead. I think I may have got 3 6s and 3 8s, and it was like right at $30.
Jesus. Okay, so real quick, just so y'all can see this. That has got me. Wow. Wow. So
Yeah, we'll definitely spray. If I can get everything in order and everything, I'll start getting some of your stuff out this way. And shoot, maybe we could go actually do some damage because the prices out here. I mean,
look,
everybody. I mean, I'm
eight
always
ounce,
looking for the bigger, better deal.
8 ounce surf weight, 335.
Not here.
Yeah. Now my heavy gauge surf weights, like my 1/8, the real heavy stuff, even for an 11 ounce with 1/8 gauge is only 765.
Yeah.
10 ounce,
Definitely.
375. Like 1 pounder, 825. But that's a 1/8 gauge wire. That's the heavy stuff. Yeah. No.
Yeah, we'll definitely be talking and getting some of your stuff out this way because I mean I'm always looking for the better deal, especially in this economy. I mean, how can you afford all this stuff? This economy is ripping us apart.
So I would highly look into it because at that rate, you can set up to do it. And then once you start posting up in your area that you have the weight for that price, bro, you'll undercut the whole East Coast. You know
Oh,
what I
most
mean?
definitely.
So
I probably wouldn't even be able to keep stuff in stock.
that's a good problem to have. You know, that
Oh
means
yeah.
you got the market for them, and you can start moving bigger numbers. That's retarded, bro. That
I know
is,
the delivery service won't be happy trying to lift that much weight, but oh well.
you know, and you know, truly, if it all came down to it, if we had to send like a freight, like a pallet, I think it's like $300 and some to have it shipped to you, and you get it like in 5 days. But they'll have a forklift where they can forklift it right out and drop it right in front of your front door, and shit, you'll have a ton of inventory, which would probably, after X amount of boxes, would warrant doing that because of the amount of product that you could get in that deal. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, and you won't have to worry about porch pirates.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Pardon me, mateys. I'm here to steal the booty.
Yeah. No, that's for sure, man. God, that's crazy the amount. Mm-mm-mm.
I mean, I don't understand why everybody thinks they're going to get rich off of it, off of certain things. I mean, the quality of stuff today versus what it used to be, and the price of it is now versus what it used to be, it just doesn't make sense. Stuff
Yeah.
lasted and it was cheaper.
Yeah. Well, the only thing I will have to say though hasn't really changed on us, but actually improved was back then they didn't make stainless steel surf weights. It was all copper. Now,
Mm-hmm.
now that we're making stainless steel wires, these last longer, and yes, they cost a little bit more, but at the same time, too, you can still see now today. You go to Walmart, you buy a copper weight, or even some of their stainless weights, you can pay more at Walmart than you will buying from a local shop like me. So,
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Yeah, well, that's why I
Robert,
was surprised to even find these at Academy for $4 a piece. And I was like, dude, I'm sitting here paying freaking $10 a freaking anchor, and I can just buy these and get two of them for the price of one.
yep. Uh, the
I was like,
bank
it was a
weights
no-brainer as much as I
are
lose them.
40 cents an ounce, boss. Our bank weights are 40 cents an ounce. So now, obviously, you get into the bigger ones, we can work the price a bit. Like we got 32-ounce bank weights that we can make.
I ain't casting no 32. Good Lord.
Yeah,
That's a lot of lead.
that is. That is. And we got a mold that we could pour 6 32-ounce weights at one time.
I've got a 16 ounce in there, and I've been wanting to cast it, but I kind of been nervous about it.
I've casted 16 ounces. I had a 12-ounce surf weight, my 3-ounce Go Fish camera, and plus bait on top. So that was easily 16 ounces of what I was casting out there with leader and everything. So yeah, done it. I've done it.
Yeah, but if I were to put just a straight 16 ounce lead on there on my rod, I'd be nervous about it because I feel like just the torque I'd have to put in that thing would flex the rod, overflex it.
Oh yeah, no, you definitely would have to have a rod that could have the amount of backbone to be able to take the load that you're going to put it on to get it moving and stuff like that for sure. So
Yeah, fiberglass rods come in handy for that type stuff, but they're not the greatest for distance.
yeah, yeah.
Like that's what my Fenwick is. It's a fiberglass rod. I mean, it takes a bit of a beating. I mean, I can get about 100 yards or so. I might be able to get it further. I just don't have the room here to be able to actually get those distances. So when I get down there, I typically can only throw as much as I've practiced.
It also helps when you're using gear where you don't have to thumb the spool. As soon as you start thumbing the spool, for every millisecond that your thumb is on the spool, you're taking off about 15 yards off your cast.
Yeah, that squitter there, it's so. That's why I'm looking at maybe getting it or magging it because it is a beast to handle. That spool. Matter of fact, see here if I can get it clean.
There was a guy there is a guy right there in North Carolina or South Carolina, something like that, that he magged out reels over there. I know the guys that with like Dan, he was telling me about it and stuff like that. And I've been wanting to send one of my Abbots up there to have a mag put on it just to see if that would help me on my distance and stuff like that. So definitely looking into it. Just it may take a little while because when you send the reel up there, he's got to have the time to work on it and stuff like that as well. So
Right. Yeah, I haven't found anybody that knows anything about magging them, but I know I have talked to a guy. I think he's up in Virginia Beach that builds reels just for competition. That's all he does. And but I think I can maybe get somebody told me there's a kit I can order, but I'd have to order it from the UK. It's a mag kit for the squitter. I think it's like $30. And I'll probably get a secondary side plate so I don't ruin the one that I got.
wow. All right.
But I haven't ever actually done one myself.
There you go. Well, I think I'm done with all the surf weights. One last one here, and this one has 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 22, 24, 26, 28, 32, 34, 36, 38, 42, 43. 43 surf weights.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's crazy what you can do.
Yeah. How you doing, boss?
But look at that spool.
Good. How can I help you?
Just looking at this weights.
It's super quiet. It just goes. This thing is a beast to tame. Slow on retrieve. Yeah, I appreciate that. I use that Lucas Red Gun Oil is what I use. Yes, it is sturgeon. Oh, 140.
There you go. Well,
And this thing flies.
so there was the first tray. There's the second tray, third and fourth tray.
Yeah, it was a Nobby Max kit there, 900.
Right there. Yep.
What they were talking about.
Yep. So 5 trays of surf weights done. And now I just got to come back and weigh them out because I just noticed that Jeff did tape these already. So he did those two. So I'll be moving them over there and taping them up. But I'm going to go ahead and call it quits on the video, guys, just because I got to use the restroom and I also got to set up to eat, wash my hands, and stuff like that. But again, thank you for coming on the channel with us today, boss, for sure. And
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, we'll talk more on that. I'll get you that email sent out and everything, and we'll go from there.
roger that. Yep. All right, guys. Y'all have a good one. Talk to y'all later, and we'll definitely keep Daniel in our prayers for a speedy recovery as well. As soon as I know more information, I'll be sharing it with y'all and stuff like that. Keep y'all up to date. So later, boss.
Later, everybody.